Good morning, everyone, and welcome to what should be our last council meeting for 2024. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and throughout our region, and pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging. We have Ben Boland, who is joining us today for the prayer. Thank you, Ben.
Well, I don't think I've seen all of you all in the same room, so welcome, councillors. I know I'm slightly late, but it's been the first time I've been here, so thank you for having me. I'm the chaplain at Carramar, and the big news for Carramar is that it's no longer for sale, so Church of the Christ is going to continue running it, so that's a nice Christmas gift. I feel like I should be almost declaring a conflict of interest because I think the Grinch is a bit soft, but let me open in prayer for us. Father, thank you for a hot summer. Thank you for rain. Lord, we ask that you would watch over this council, both here in the meeting today, as they go about their duties over the week, and over this holiday season. Keep them safe. Please give them rest. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ben. I would like to start condolences today with a condolence for John Furley Drake, also known as Jack Drake, who was born in 1950 and passed away on the 9th of December. For those of us who live in Yuki, Jack was very well known to us all and would often entertain us at Yuki Hall with his bush poetry. Jack was a saddler, a farrier, a horseman and a rodeo rider, a camp cook, a leather worker and a prize-winning and published bush poet. His poem, The Cattle Dog's Revenge, once won Poem of the Year. And I have a very short poem written by Mark Oakley in honour of Jack Drake to read to you. Around our Aussie campfires, his soul will linger long. Through his poems we hear recited, the laughter and the song. Through the pages that he left us, recalling then and now, to the audience he entertained, Jack takes his final bow. Jack shared his wisdom warmly like a mulled wine in the cold, a man who loved traditions, crafting ballads to be told, first to family and mad mates who joined him on the ride as he stood to spin his wild yarns on stages far and wide. And now the Drakes departed, let the scribes romanticise, how he's soaring with the eagles, carefree of mortal ties, spruiking verse with the great bards as the sunset fades out back, while we preserve a spot around the campfire for our Jack. Thank you very much. Are there any other condolences, councillors? Yes, Councillor Wanley.
I would also like to acknowledge the passing of Jack Drake. He was a famous Australian poet that lived the life that he wrote about. His last bush poetry performance was at March 2024 at the Appleton Grove Festival Bush Poets Breakfast. He will sadly be missed by all.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wantley. Are there any other condolences today? Okay. Moving on then, we have the attendance, all in attendance and no apologies, and the reading and confirmation of minutes. We have a recommendation that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on Wednesday, 20 November 2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Pigeon and a seconder, Councillor Richters. All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. And also a recommendation that the minutes of the special council meeting held on Wednesday, 27 November 2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Dean, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Richters. All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Okay, moving on to actions from council meetings. We have a recommendation that council receive the report and note the contents. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett and a seconder, Councillor Windle. Are there any questions or comments on that one? No. All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Declarations of conflict of interest. Can I have any declarations? Councillor Windle, item number?
12.1.
Councillor Dean?
17.4.
Councillor Bartley? Councillor Pigeon?
12.1.
Councillor McDonald?
13.5 and 12.1.
Okay. Let's start then with the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Windle, for 12.1.
12.1 attachment 6 There's just, it's receiving a report, but there is a mention in there of of my husband's employee. So if there's any discussion on that, I will leave the room.
Thank you very much, Councillor Windle. Councillor Bartley on 12.1.
12.1 again, Madam Mayor, the sale yards report, if there's any discussion or decisions to be made in regards to sale yards, I'll leave the room.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Councillor Pigeon.
12.1, the sale yards. I wish to stay in the room and vote if there's anything, but I have a declarable interest because I use the sale yards from time to time.
Thank you. Do we have a mover for that request? Councillor Richter, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Dean. All who are able to vote on that item in favour? That is everyone entitled to vote. Thank you. Councillor McDonald, items 12.1 and 13.5.
Similar once again for 12.1, Madam Mayor. I'm a farmer in the region. I've had numerous complaints lodged against me previously in regards to the fact that I sell cattle through the Warwick sale yards. I do not believe this is a conflict of interest, and I request that I would be able to stay and participate, and for the benefit of Councillor Bartley, yes, I will be speaking to the sale yards item. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We will vote on that one first, Councillor McDonald, then we'll move to 13.5. So do we have a mover for Councillor McDonald's request? Thank you, Councillor Hartlett, and a seconder, Councillor Richters, thank you. All who can participate in the vote? That's everyone who can participate in the vote, Marion. Okay, moving on to 13.5, Councillor McDonald.
Declarable conflict of interest for 13.5. I am friends with the CEO of one of the firms involved, and so I intend to leave the room, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. And Councillor Dean for 17.4.
Thank you, Mayor Melissa. I have a declarable conflict of interest for 17.4 as I am related to the applicant. So I'll be leaving the room for that.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Okay. Moving on to the mayoral minute. Marion, have you got some wording there for me? I am going to move a mayoral minute to amend our agenda to include those late agenda items. So that will be a motion that council amend the agenda for today's ordinary council meeting to include late agenda items. Now, Marion, can you change that to 14.8 and 17.7? And then say, and amend 13.10 should actually now become 17.8. Councillors, item 13.10, which relates to the show societies, has some confidential attachments in terms of the financial reports. I know I myself would like to talk to some items in those reports which are confidential, and so I would like to move that agenda item into the late agenda items as 17.8 so that we can have a full discussion in relation to that item. So yeah, Marion, it would be add at the end of that and amend item 13.10 to 17.8. So that's a mayoral minute. It doesn't need a seconder, but is there any discussion around that? Because I have proposed a moving an item to confidential.
Madam Mayor, 17.7 is a long-standing issue, which was well known to council before today's meeting. Just wondering if we can have an explanation as why it's been added as a late agenda item.
Is that yours?
It's Nick, I think, on.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I think this is the street naming.
No, it's the water charges.
Oh, yes,
Nick.
yes, okay. I think that needs to be in confidential.
No, Councillor Richters was asking why it wasn't, why it was a late item rather than included in time for the agenda.
Given the fact that it's a long-standing issue and was well known to council ahead of today's meeting.
Through you, Madam Mayor, apologies. Our CFO was doing an analysis of the water loss, and that work was only completed late. So I'm pretty sure that's why the report was late. and the CFO will be talking to that report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Okay, so as I said, it's a mayoral minute, so it doesn't require a seconder. All in favour of that procedural motion? That's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 8.1, we have a notice of motion from Councillor Bartley that council undertake consultation with relevant community organisations and Department of Transport and Main Roads prior to deciding on the removal of the Albion Street banners. Councillor Bartley, are you happy with that motion in its current form, or did you want to?
Madam Mayor, that's the way I'd like that put.
Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Bartley's notice of motion? Of course, Councillor Wantling. Yep. So we have a mover and a seconder. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor?
Yes, thank you,
Bartley?
Madam Mayor. It's pretty obvious that as explained by a councillor, it's some of the best and most economic advertising you'll ever get in regards to events that are being held within the community and some of our more prominent tourism attractions. If you go up the Fitzroy Street, you'll see Leslie Dam actually promoted at the moment. They have been there since 1997, and I think it's a prime opportunity to review whether we remove them or replace them with a more sturdy style of mounting and probably a better quality of material that will not tear. I believe over 25 years there have been some remarkable improvements in the type of materials that are available for that type of activity, and it's only sensible that we undertake consultation. I think it's a cornerstone of good local government that people know they're involved in such things. If it is to be removed, that they are consulted and told why the reasons if we are going to remove it, and probably the expenses involved. Otherwise, the expenses involved in maintaining them as they are.
Councillor Bartley, you are of course aware that the Chamber of Commerce has already been consulted, so relevant community organisations is rather broad. Do you have any specific organisations that you think should be?
Would probably be a good place to start, given that the trees are going to become an issue because from what I've been told by Main Roads, the trunk diameter is to be no more than 100 millimetres, and I think the trees that are there now exceeding that. They could be a road safety issue, so I believe they could probably have some input as to the trees that are obscuring the banners at the moment, which seems to be a part of the consultation as well. So the tourism groups as well.
Which tourism group?
There's the operators of the accommodation areas of Warwick. They will benefit from that free advertising.
Does anyone else want to speak for or against the motion? Yes, Councillor
Well, it's
Windmill.
not actually for, I have a question. I believe that there was a couple of those banners that were in danger of falling. My concern is that if this is delayed, have those banners already been removed that were loose or in danger of falling? I don't want to delay the process if something is likely to happen, to put someone in danger.
Probably need to check that with the staff, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I'm with Deputy Mayor Cheryl Windle. I came up to council because it was a safety issue, so I think that it needs to be looked at as a safety issue more than anything, yeah.
Councillor Wantling?
Madam Mayor, I don't think that you could get a better marketing tool for events in the area than those banners. You get, I think was it 10,000 vehicles go past there a day? So probably the biggest problem is being up there for 25 years is the clips. There's been a win rating change, and I think I agree with Councillor Windle. Maybe they need to be taken down, the ones that are broken, but definitely if we can put them back up or be replaced.
Yes, I think it's interesting that you mention the advertising, Councillor Wantling, because in Stanthorpe, this is a service that the council undertakes at the moment in Warwick, but not in Stanthorpe, and it is open obviously for groups to who are the tourism groups to actually take on that service. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, there's a reason Stanthorpe went through the same problem years ago. Yeah, and what happened, they looked at it differently, what different material, as Councillor Bartley said, changed the material, and now that you've got a new wind rating, you actually have a stronger clip to hold them on as well. They were actually made differently. They weren't a triangle, they weren't a square.
Yes, Councillor Richters.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to make the comment that I also think that if it's a safety issue, we should do something sooner rather than later, but I love the fact that they're there. I would love to see them changed over to electronic boards so they can be more easily changed and it's not as much of a risk for staff to change them over. But as they are right now, no one can hardly see them. The trees completely obscure the approaches either side of the banners. So as the comment was made about the trees, I think the trees also need to be considered as part of the safety concerns.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Richters. Yes, and I'm going to say, secondly to the issues that have been raised, apart from Councillor Wantling, I don't think many of us in this room are experts on tourism or economic development. The staff are, and our staff who are experts in those areas have already presented to us on this item and have explained why, from their point of view, they don't think that the cost to council is justified, and they think that there are better ideas such as the electronic boards you mentioned, Councillor Richters, that would be a more cost-effective solution for council. So I'm certainly speaking against the motion because I actually think the staff, this is to my mind quite operational, and the staff have actually, who have the expertise, have made the recommendations. So I would think that, as well as safety, if we wanted to revisit this, I think we could absolutely bring it up through staff in the appropriate way. But I think trying to override the recommendation of staff at the moment through the notice of motion, I don't agree with that course of action. Whether or not that's leaving aside, I have no view on whether or not the banners are or are not a good thing. I simply think that using this as a way of dealing with a staff recommendation rather than using more effective channels is simply not a very effective way for us to operate as a council.
Madam Mayor, I don't agree, unfortunately. I don't see this as being purely an operational matter. I think that the banners are of public interest and should be the community absolutely should be consulted with before we make changes there. I was just wondering whether maybe Councillor Bartley would be willing to add to the end of the motion that something along the lines of, albeit that safety matters need to be addressed immediately.
Happy to take that amendment, Madam Mayor, that if there is an outstanding safety issue that be addressed.
Thank you, Marion.
Bearing in mind, Madam Mayor, the motion is for just consultation, not anything else, that we undertake consultation, not anything else.
Yes, and I guess my view on that is the staff have advised that they have consulted with certain groups, requiring staff to go off and do further consultation on the matter. Whether or not that is a good use of staff time is up for everyone to determine.
So, Madam Mayor, I understand this was presented during the CIS. Does that mean that a decision was made during the CIS that that's what we were going to proceed with?
No, there was no decision in the CIS that yes, you weren't in attendance at. The staff updated us on what they were doing in relation to the banners, and as it appeared to be operational, we simply heard them. Councillor Bartley then approached the staff directly to have a discussion in relation to the matter, and obviously decided following that discussion that he would like to bring it up to council, but did it this way rather than speaking to the CEO and the staff about an appropriate way to bring a report back to council.
Well, Madam Mayor, a notice of motion is an appropriate way.
In some views, yeah. I would suggest speaking to the CEO first would be a better way, but yes. It is a way. Is it the most effective way to deal with the staff? That's probably personal opinion of people. Yes, Councillor Harper.
Mostly a question because this is concerning the Warwick
end of town, and I'm just not sure. Councillor Bartley, you mentioned in terms of who you would like consulted, the accommodation and tourism places. Would they not be members of the Chamber of Commerce?
No.
Okay.
It is a bit fragmented down there, the tourism, that's my understanding, but there are certainly people in the community who have different views, I'm sure, and maybe through the consultation process, if it's explained the safety issues, the expenses, everything, then people can understand why we take such actions. If we just go and remove things, we get another tick in the box of not consulting with the community, not understanding it.
Do we know what the cost of the consultation is going to be?
How long's a piece of string, I think, Madam Mayor?
The staff often could tell us that, but I guess they haven't been asked prior to this meeting. No, Marion, I don't think it's probably is relevant to a lot of people. Okay, any other discussion or debate on that one? Those in favour? That's councillors McDonald, Haslett, Richters, Bartley and Wantling. Those against? Councillors Dean, Pidgeon, Windle and Hamilton. Thank you. Moving on to our next notice of motion. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Richters that council requests the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a report on potential measures to incentivise new or existing medical practices within the local government area to offer fully bulk billed general practitioner services to all residents. The report should consider incentives such as rate concessions or waivers for fees and charges or any other appropriate measures to encourage the provision of these essential services to the broader community. Is that your current motion, Councillor Richters?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Richters' motion? Councillor Pidgeon, thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Richters?
Madam Mayor, thanks. It's probably more of a notice of business rather than a notice of motion, but I would just like to point out that right now across our region there's no fully bulk billing medical practices, and whilst medical practices themselves are not, primary healthcare is not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to provide economic incentives for the things that our community needs. I know many people have spoken to me about the fact that they struggle with doctor services across our region, and it's alarming when you think of only 24% of GP practices in all of Australia are actually bulk billing. So I'd like to, this is really about asking for a report with no particular time frame. It can take as long as needed, and staff can prioritise it in accordance with their priorities. But it's really just, looking for a report for forward thinking about how we can encourage the setup of a fully bulk billing practice in our region that would be of the benefit of many people who are particularly struggling with GP services and being able to afford primary health care.
And Councillor Richters, did you approach the Chief Executive Officer before putting in this notice of motion to request this report?
I did. And I talked to officers about it as well.
And you have, obviously it hasn't been raised with the council group before this meeting for discussion.
I have talked to other councillors about it, Madam Mayor, prior to me putting this in.
Some councillors?
Yes.
Do you think it would be more appropriate to check first for the benefit of all of us in making a decision as to what the cost to council would be of doing this report?
No, Madam Mayor.
No, okay. And do you think that perhaps rather than council officers doing a report, that there could be further investigation at this early stage by councillors, including yourself, on whether there are examples of other Queensland councils who have implemented measures that were successful, what percentage of our local GPs do and don't bulk bill. I went to the doctor just the other day and was bulk billed. And whether any incentives we offer would actually change that. Do we know from doctors whether actually there is anything that we could do that would change their mind? Have you spoken to anyone?
I have. Yes, Madam Mayor, I have done quite a bit of research of my own into this. And I think the best solution would be encouraging a new GP practice to come to the region, as the existing services probably wouldn't benefit greatly from this, or be it that they may not want to have a change to their current commercial model. However, the report also asks for any other consideration of appropriate measures. So I'm not saying that I have all the solutions here. I'm saying that I have an idea of how I think our council might be able to support a GP practice being established that's fully billing in our region. And I would love for the staff to look into that a little bit further as far as what is available to us. Like, obviously, I know that rate concessions are available. They are available to us as an economic driver under the Local Government Act. Fees and charges, obviously, the decision of the council. We can decide to set fees and charges how we see fit. I'm not sure what other levers would be available within the local government that could also support. They might not even be financial levers. There might be other levers. The economic development team might have some suggestions as well. So at some stage, I'd like to see a report on this come back to council.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Bartley.
I commend Councillor Rick just for his innovative thing, and even though you withstood significant cross-examination there, I think you did well in explaining your ideas behind this. But unfortunately, I think we're not big enough as a small regional centre. Warwick's still small, and in a larger suburban environment, I think it would work well. But unfortunately, given our knowledge of how the medical profession work in our areas, the report would probably demonstrate that there is significant, and you point out that fact, different commercial relations between GPs and the way they operate in premises within our area. It's got to hit critical mass where you get that mass population that will frequent a facility that offers bulk billing. At the moment, it just doesn't happen and probably won't happen for a long time. Be interesting to know if Toowoomba offer that.
They do.
So
there are
larger style urban area can do it, where unfortunately we're just not at that level yet.
So, thank you. And just to, if I may add to that, Councillor Bartley, when I did my research on this, all the medical practices in our region were effectively booked out, and many of them weren't accepting new clients. So it doesn't help when we are a growing region. We're seeing growth somewhere in the vicinity of 500 to 1,000 people a year, yet we're not providing any new services to those people. Emergency departments are overwhelmed, both Stanthorpe and Warwick emergency departments. So I think that when you look at what hasn't been done, I think that there is opportunity for us to make some changes.
I have to say I commend you as well. It's the sentiment behind it is absolutely to be commended. We are still in a situation where we have significant understaffing in council, and we are struggling to actually deliver our core services. For me, I actually think that this is possibly needs a bit more development before we ask staff to expend their time on a report to council for me. But I'd be concerned about not knowing at this point what the drain would be on already stretched council staff. I think it probably needs a bit more work for me before we ask staff for a report. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I agree, the sentiment is fantastic, and certainly I have seen throughout the drought and now the cost of living crisis that there is an issue in regards to this area. So I certainly, from my perspective, support that. However, I will say that this is a state and a federal issue, and the federal government certainly has been looking at regional areas and supporting them. For example, with the PHN Medicare hub, which will be rolled out in June. Now, whilst I do understand the support services there are for mental health, there is no reason possibly that we mightn't be able to lobby the federal government for an expansion in those services to see if we could potentially look at GPs. So I think there are other levers and there are other ways, I agree with the Mayor, in regards to addressing this issue. And it certainly falls into the realms of state and federal, and that is the feedback that I'm receiving from the public.
Councillor Watling?
I'd also like to commend Councillor Richters. My only problem is a lot of GPs don't own their own buildings, as you probably know, and it's pretty hard to get that rate concession passed on to the doctors involved. But I've just learned that there is a bulk billing online service as well. Does anyone know about that? There's an actual bulk billing online service that there is. So until a certain stage. So yeah, there's a few options still out there.
Okay. Are we okay to go to a vote?
I mean, I'd just like to, as an ending point, just say that I'm appreciative of the staff's time that may be implicated in this, hence why I didn't put a time limit on it. I would let that open-ended for whenever the staff were able to fit it in. And when it comes to whose area is what, local government is not this silo that doesn't also involve other issues. What I propose here is not us operating or running a primary healthcare service, which would absolutely be within the realms of the federal government. It is simply us looking at what levers are available to council that could support a bulk billing medical practice. Leave it at that, anyway.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Richters. All in favour of the motion? Councillors Dean, Pigeon, Richters and Windle, and those against? Councillors McDonald, Haslett, Bartley, Wantling and Hamilton. That motion is lost. Moving on to the last notice of motion for today. We have another notice of motion from Councillor Richters that the Mayor write to the new state government to reopen negotiations for consideration of the future use of Camp Leslie Dam and invite the new state government to engage with council to determine what future options there are for continued public ownership of Camp Leslie Dam. Is that still the notice of motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Do we have a seconder for Councillor Richter's motion? Councillor Haslett, thank you. Okay, Councillor Richters.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't really have a lot to say on this, other than to say that this is a continuation of the things that we had discussed at our council meeting in October, I believe it was. In October, when we tabled the letters that we had discussed with the state government up until that point, and we noted at that meeting, Councillor McDonald, and supported by both myself and Councillor Windle, that should there be a change in government, we should at least approach the new state government to see if there was any further lines of communication that could be established that might end in a different result for Camp Leslie Dam. And that's what this is really about, just reopening that conversation to see what could be done. Noting that there are many options, like I'm not talking housing specifically, I'm not talking anything specifically. I think that should be kind of left open to see what could fall out of it.
Councillor
And I would just back that up by saying there's a lot of ifs and mights in this 100%, but I don't see how it would hurt to open that communication again, and I don't think it would cost us much in terms of resources to just simply send a letter and ask the question. That's all that's being asked.
Councillor Bartley.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think we might be beating a dead horse here, to say it proverbially. We've got a new government, people voted for change, so probably, shall I say, maybe a smarter government that probably wouldn't burden local government with an asset that probably needs a D9 data through. Unfortunately, as we've seen, with just getting a small set of ablutions built at Leslie Dam, the way we have to deal with on-site sewage treatment is very costly and significant. That wasn't taken into account when those old buildings were constructed. I wouldn't mind betting you'd almost have to pump the sewage all the way back to Warwick in this day and age. So are we creating a burden for the ratepayer as well as the taxpayer?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Our office has done a rough costing, didn't they, to bring it up to compliance?
Yes, they did, that's right. And I think at the original, the letter had requested that the state government fund all of that cost.
Yeah.
But that, of course, then the implications for depreciation on the ratepayers, we had not had a calculation on that. That should have been brought up to spec what it actually would cost us to hold that asset, even if it were free. We don't have that, I don't think we have that calculation yet.
But they did have a rough costing, didn't they? Our officers, can we say what that was?
Can I ask how long ago that was done?
I know what the number is,
Hey,
but
Mary.
I'm not sure.
I feel like it was around 10.
At the time, we received
I
an
can't
email from Dave Burgess directing us that information was confidential.
I think, yeah, that's disappointing. I think we should get out in the open just what it's going to cost to bring it up to spec. Should be the first thing before everyone should be aware of that amount.
I would just say to that, if I may, Madam Mayor, that that costing was a very rough costing done over a short period of time.
Yep.
It probably doesn't represent the costing as it would be if we actually did the full business case. So I'd just like to remind councillors that the communication that we received in those letters back from the state government was actually not a no, it was asking us to do a business case for it. So, which we didn't have the money to do a business case for. So that was kind of where it was up to when the state government stopped with us under the previous government.
And referring to perhaps Councillor Bartley's earlier statement, the request for us to do a business case was no doubt on the basis that when we understood what the holding costs of that asset would be in terms of repairs and maintenance ongoing and depreciation, if that would be what council needs to consider around this room before we decide whether we actually want to go any further with this. And I actually think I'm a bit with Councillor Bartley that we continue kicking the can down the road on this one. Is there any harm in it? No. Is it effective advocacy? No. We as a council, you get so many bites at the cherry in terms of your advocacy priorities, and I think we need to determine, is this an advocacy priority for this council? If we were successful, imagine if we were successful and they said, yes, you can have it and we'll bring it up to spec, and then we did the numbers and said, actually, we can't take it. So I agree with Councillor Richter's, it has been an ongoing issue, and there was the sentiment of relooking at it with the new council. I think I'd prefer, before we write to the state government, to have a better idea of whether we would be willing to progress down this path, and I think that requires a few extra figures to be done by the staff so we can determine if this does become an advocacy priority for this council with the new state government. Yes, Councillor McDonald?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to go out on a limb on this one. It saddens me to see a facility such as this go to waste, which it has for the last 5 years. This state government-owned camp sits on a 35-acre block and is zoned educational. I acknowledge it's been stripped of some of its vital assets, including the water treatment plant. However, I implore the state government and Premier Christofouli to consider carefully the possibilities for its use before considering selling that asset off. Even though I have been told by members of the community that the asset may have already been awarded to Colliers. My hope is that that is not the case and it will be reconsidered. Our region is in dire need of housing solutions, and whilst not a perfect option, it certainly could be a short-term solution to assist our community. Or consider the Premier's policy of adult crime, adult time. The Queensland Ombudsman published a report on the 21st of February 24 that stated prisons have been overcrowded since 2014. The Leslie Dam camp, if restored, would have great potential to be a 200-man, low-level corrective rehabilitation centre, allowing economic growth for our region, economic benefits for the community, and providing low-level offenders the chance to be re-skilled into the agriculture sector and rehabilitation programs to transition back into society. I would support the request that a letter be drafted to the Honourable Laura Gerber MP, Minister for Corrective Services, in regards to this facility being repurposed and owned and controlled by the state.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I think that just raises, again, the issue for me of, I think we need as a council to decide what we want to do with this asset. We have different views around the table, different things. I would actually think that perhaps we should take a step back and get those final figures and determine what our line of advocacy is, whether it's for council involvement, whether it's simply for the state to do something. I do agree with you, Councillor Richters, that we do need to engage in some way. I'm just not sure that as a group there's a consensus about what that engagement would look like.
So, Madam Mayor, just to be devil's advocate, the previous two notice of motions, you've argued that it would be an irresponsible use of council's resources to put time into staff preparing information for us or undertaking actions that we're asking them to undertake. But on this one, you think that it's unlikely we're going to get any result, but you still want to expend staff resources on it?
No, I think we need to actually decide whether we as a council want to continue with this facility. I think it's hanging out there. It is a big issue. I think in this case, this one is worth a small amount of time to run some numbers on the depreciation. It would not be difficult. And then for us to have a discussion. But I actually don't think that advocating to the state government when we're not sure as a council that we would take that asset if they offered to us, I think that's really not a great position for us to be in, because going and doing all of that work with them and then them saying, okay, we're ready to do it, and us going, oh, actually, no, we don't want to, that is not a good relationship builder between this council and state government. So I want to be certain that if we're successful, that we as a council do know what we're getting ourselves into.
Madam Mayor, if I could I respond to that? Madam Mayor, I think that I agree with you that some of that work could be done, but I think that shouldn't preclude A, this notice of motion, or B, us in the very first instance writing to the state government to reopen the line of communication. My concern would be that by delaying this so that we can have a further discussion around the finer details, which I think we should still do, would delay this beyond the point where it might as well not even talk about it. The asset will be sold and we'll have no other options. So I just think that reopening the line of communication shouldn't be void of us doing due diligence, but it should be so that we can indicate to the state government that hey, we're still here, have a chat to us.
Councillor McDonald.
Madam Mayor, I'm not necessarily advocating that we take it on as a local government. What I propose there, in particular, the second option, is something that obviously the state would be running, and they would bring the actual facility up to scratch and have it in working order if it was to become a low-level corrective centre.
Yeah, and I take your point, Councillor Richters, that your notice of motion is drafted in a way where it is simply asking for some engagement. I think that could have been possibly done just by a discussion and some calls out to the relevant people in the department rather than writing a letter. But I will write a letter, but I think it's probably more that there needs to be probably a call between the CEO and the Director General rather than myself and the state government.
I would agree, Madam Mayor. I think that we should use any lever available to us, not just you writing to the Minister.
Yeah, and to be clear, councillors, if you have issues and you come and talk, I do, regularly go to Brisbane and meet with people, and I can easily put that on my agenda without having to come through it.
Madam Mayor, just quickly, Councillor McDonald, part of that facility was once corrections. It was built by corrections, part of it was. The top
Excellent.
Interesting.
There you go.
It's already done.
The wheel
Okay,
turns.
I think we'll go to a vote on that one. All in favour? That's everyone except Councillors Bartley and Wantling. Thank you, Marion. Okay, moving on, we have no correspondence or petitions and joint letters. But we do have a portfolio report from Councillor McDonald today, and we have a recommendation that Council's Resilient Communities portfolio report be received. I think you'll probably move that, Councillor McDonald.
Happy to.
And do you have a second, Councillor Richters? Thank you. Would you like to speak to the report at all, Councillor McDonald?
I would, Madam Mayor. I'll take it as read. Obviously, we are moving into the wet season, and it's been rather wet and rather hot for everyone. So the main points that I'd like to actually acknowledge are the last 2 points in particular. The first one, which is resilience hubs. As part of building resilience hubs in our community, SDRC is exploring funding opportunities to enhance our local community halls. This may include items such as air conditioning, defibrillators, solar power and backup capability and satellite Wi-Fi. So this may help our halls to actually assist the community during times of disasters or extreme events. And that's certainly something that we are working on as a council to assist our community in conjunction with the local halls, which we do have quite an extensive list of. I'd also like to remind people that we are entering the holiday season, and I ask for everyone just to ensure, and you see a lot of ads on TV at the moment where they're talking about your houses. Are they ready? Are they resilient in themselves? And it's our job, obviously, before we go away on holidays or otherwise, to make sure that our houses are up to standard for things such as storms and clear for fires, etc. So just a reminder out there that there is a large fuel build-up this year, and it is also forecast to be a wet summer. Hence, clearing and pruning of your property is a great way to assist in keeping yourself and your family safe. And please make sure that you're safe during the period and any travels that you do, and a Merry Christmas to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. All in favour of receiving that report? You know,
Have any discussion on?
would you like to discuss, Councillor Richters?
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate Councillor McDonald on her first portfolio report. And can I just say that the LDMG meeting that we had a few weeks ago was a prime example of how we're ready to deal with the coming season that you've talked about. And we're already well under the way, and I know that local flooding has been an issue already. As Councillor McDonald full well knows, having to be locked out of her property overnight. So I think that the message should be heard loudly and clearly that we're prepared for the disaster season, and hopefully everyone else is too.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Anyone else? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to our executive services reports, item 12.1. We have a recommendation that Council note the contents of the organisation information reports. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Dean, thank you, and a seconder? Councillor Haslett, thank you. We'll go through them in order of attachments. So attachment 1, we have the customer and organisational services report. Councillor Haslett.
Thank you, Mayor Melissa. Just a quick note in there that the library services of the region are currently doing their annual survey to get information and feedback from the community about what they would like to use their library spaces for. That closes at the end of this week, so I just wanted to flag that in case there are people who would like to be part of that. You can find that survey on our website.
Thank you, Councillor Haslett. Councillor McDonald.
I'm going to speak to the sale yards, Madam Mayor. Councillor Bartley would care to leave.
You're not going to.
Hang on, 12.1.
We're doing 12.1.
Thank you.
Customer and organisational services.
But it is, it's got the sale yards.
Yeah, it's got.
Oh, sorry, that bit of it, yeah.
It does have the sale yards report in it. Right, excellent. Mr CEO, I would request for transparency that the public be provided with the information presented at the last councillor information session with regards to the sale yards redevelopment costings at our next ordinary meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
Would that be possible, Mr CEO?
Yes, I mean, the information was provided in detail to the CIS, so that can be reproduced for a council meeting.
Thank you.
I think that information will also be in the audit and risk meeting, which is the day after the January council meeting. So, yeah, we'll look at timing on that one. I'd like, yes. I'd just like to note that the recruitment for the governance officer position has been finalised, and we have 2 new staff members commencing in January 2025. I think that's a fantastic news, particularly given that filling those positions had been paused for quite a long period of time by the former director, and I think it just goes to show that that they weren't as difficult to fill as we were worried that they were, and it's great to see that the governance team will be getting back to its full staffing. Moving on to attachment 2, the art gallery report. Any in there? I think I have one comment on that one myself. I would just like to point out to people on page 6, the gallery mentions that the council were the applicant for the Warwick University Hub. That is not correct. Council was merely one stakeholder in a group. It was not a council project, and council at this point is waiting to hear from the University Hub before council gets back involved in that project. Anything else, Councillor
Thank you, Madam
Hudson?
Mayor. I also had a note just to query that particular bit on page 6 there, but thank you for clarifying that.
Anything else on attachment 3? No. Attachment 4, the Warwick Art Gallery report. No.
Sorry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, just make a comment there with regards to they had their AGM on the 19th of September, and a new management committee was elected, and very proactive and keen to make some changes and continue to improve the art gallery. So it's very positive.
Thank you, Councillor Windle. Attachment 6, the YMCA monthly report. I have one comment on that. Does anyone else have anything else? No. I just want to clarify, unfortunately this wasn't picked up before the YMCA's report was included in our council agenda, but on page 59 there's a statement that the closure of the Stanthorpe pool was due to an error by the contractor who painted the pool. I would like to clarify that that is incorrect, and that it was not a contractor error. I think there were different issues related to those safety concerns, but certainly there is no suggestion that it is an error by the contractor. Anyone else? No. Attachment 7, the other YMCA report. Anyone on that? No. Attachment 8, the Allora swimming pool. Yes, Councillor Richters. Oh.
I beat her. Madam Mayor, I'd just like to say, having read this report, how inspired I was to learn that a local resident in the 80s had gone and had their first swimming lesson at the Allora pool. I thought that was a really great news story, and whoever that is, I hope that they continue the swimming lessons and they become a proficient swimmer into the future. I'd just like to note that I was concerned, given my medical background, that we left the pool without oxygen and resuscitation equipment in October. And it's unclear on the report here whether or not that equipment has now been returned and it's fully functional. And I'd like to know from the staff whether that's happened.
Mayor, on behalf of Management Community Services, excuse me, yes, there's one on back order. But the equipment has been returned. We've got a new one coming.
So you can confirm they do have full oxygen resuscitation abilities now?
I understand it, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Pigeon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say it is wonderful to see it's a vibrant little place down there at the moment. The ladies start in the morning with their swimming group, and then the kids of an afternoon. It is a vibrant little place. I must congratulate everyone down there that's doing a brilliant job. So also I had to smile about the resident in their 80s getting the swimming lesson. I'd also like to note that there's little tallies along the side of the wall of the laps of the people that go there, and they've got this little wall there. So it is really good. But also thank you for clarifying that. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you. Attachment 9, Kalani pool. No. Attachment 10, the Infrastructure Services monthly report. Yes, Councillor Watling.
I see a few projects have been completed. Can I just say it would be challenging doing some of these projects outside with all the rain and storms at the moment. Congratulations to all the staff working under these conditions.
Yeah, and I'd like to echo that, councillor Wantling. I know that the infrastructure services team have been doing a fantastic job to respond to all of the issues coming in. As we know, particularly in the Warwick area, we have a number of areas that really are challenged during wet weather, and I think the team has been doing a great job to keep up with those requests coming in from people. So thank you, Nick and your team. Councillor Richters.
No, Mayor, thanks. I would also like to acknowledge the huge amount of activity that's happening within the infrastructure team at the moment. I would just like the Director to outline to us the projects that are currently being managed by the Project Management Office.
And through you, Madam Mayor, the Project Management Office has pivoted in terms of its previous role. We've only got one project manager in that area at the moment, and they're currently involved in assisting the communities and also the Environment Department with the landfill projects and also some of the community facilities changes at Allora. So that's where the majority of the time that project manager is put at the moment. So as the council has already acknowledged, the civil infrastructure and the water and the parks operations team are looking at the majority of the infrastructure ourselves and both implementing our operational outcomes and also project managing our capital projects.
So can I just clarify then, does that mean that, so the Project Management Office has currently got no projects assigned to it, but that person's assisting with other projects?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Project Management Office, the way it was previously set up, was to act as an oversight across the business. So they're not the owner of any of the assets. The asset ownership is held with the various departments. And we are looking at some structural changes with the project management and the asset management now sitting under my directorship, and we'll be coming back to council in January with some further information to keep council abreast of those changes.
Thank you.
Councillor Richters. Okay, attachment 11, the Planning and Environmental Services Report. Councillor Dean.
I just wanted to speak on the a couple of the points. The Yang Yang waste facility is almost completed, and that will be operational in the new year. So that will be great for the locals at there, so they can ease of use for that. And then the second thing I just wanted to talk on was the Queensland Government Let's Get It Sorted program. That'll be good for residents to understand how they're going with their recycling program, and hopefully that will help with our cell longevity in the long run. So,
thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Husley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just continuing on from Councillor Dean there, in that Let's Get It Sorted partnership program, I just want to note, because a lot of people out in the community were wondering what was going on with this, that this is a Queensland government funded program. And it is to help us have more efficient and better services that we provide, but it is state government funded.
Thank you, Councillor Husley. Councillor Richters.
Madam Mayor, the planning team are continuing to pump out some great high quality work. I'd just like to ask the acting director if she could update council on the current staffing of the planning team.
Yep, through Mayor Melissa. At present, we're in recruitment for a senior planning officer in relation to customer engagement, so we're in the final midst of being able to make an offer on that position. And we also have a planning officer position that there has been some very recent changes on that front, but we're hoping that we will have a planning officer position filled in the very near future as well. So that would be excellent.
That's very good news, thanks.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to point out that I know that there is a lot of big planning matters that are going to be coming to council in the new year, and I understand that department is struggling with resources. So I'd just like to keep everyone mindful of the fact that the planning team are doing the best that they can, and hopefully there can be some additional resources given to them if need be.
Thank you. Anything else? No. we can go to a vote on receiving all of those reports. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 12.2, we have a recommendation that council receive and note the Acting Chief Executive Officer's status report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, and a seconder, Councillor Richters. Thank you. Any questions or comments? No? All in favour?
Madam Mayor, I was just wondering if I could ask Councillor Wondling whether the notice of motion answered the question that you had.
Which was that for, John?
The notice of motion around mosquitoes.
No, it wasn't notice of motion, it was just a
Oh,
question.
sorry, notice of, question on notice.
Yeah, it was just a question about, that I read about the, our local area, they were doing surveillance, and the environmental health officers regularly work, it's got it written there anyway, about, yeah, they're doing testing on mosquitoes right around the Grenabelt area. So I just wanna know, was there any positive cases involved with that stuff?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I thought that maybe missing from that was what actions we are actually doing at the moment. Was that part of what the request was?
No.
Okay.
No, it was just
Sorry,
why.
I've obviously misread that.
Yeah.
No, Councillor Wantling at the last meeting was wondering if it was in response to a case or whether it was just ongoing proactive monitoring. So I thought, yeah, it was answered. Okay, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 13.1, we have a recommendation that council receive and note the financial performance report as at 30 November 2024. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wantling, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Bartlett.
First, Madam Mayor, but happy to move in.
To second, yep, and then questions, yes. Do you want to go first then, Councillor Bartlett?
Yeah, just the wages, we've got a 8.8% variance. It says it's mainly due to work compensation in relation to workers' compensation.
Yep.
Is that all workers' compensation, or would it be part of that we pay out of positions made or vacant?
Thank you.
Councillors, just a couple of key things. The first thing I wanted to highlight, if you look at our reports for last month, we were under budget in terms of employee expenses by around $300,000. That under budget actually included all the termination payments, so they were already catered for last month, so we were under budget. What's happened this month is we had a journal of around $600,000, which was in relation to workers' comp, which was done twice. So we had tried to reverse it before the end of month reports, in which case we did a partial reversal. But in addition to that, we also are slightly tracking behind in terms of our capitalised labour. So this is generally when we have labour charged to capital projects, it generates a recovery. So the reasoning behind the over budget this month, it's more around in relation to the workers' comp and the on-cost charges and recoveries. And council has been able to absorb the termination payments through savings that has been identified through vacancies in existing structure.
And the other one, the water consumption continues to drop. We're going to have a shortfall in our budget, particularly if we have the warm, wet summer they're predicting. It does evidence the fact that we are in the business of selling water, even though people say we are supposed to be conserving, we still need to sell it.
Thank you. Councillor Wantling?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So the utility charges year to date was 473,000 under budget, like Councillor Butters, due to less water consumption. Would this be because of the fitting of the smart meters and the reduction of leaks, or?
To the chair, could be a combination of things. Obviously, with the rollout of smart meters, people have visibility over how much water they consume. So, in our ability to inform them, particularly with standard generated emails which notify their usage, can mean that people, if they're cautious of how much they use, can influence the usage. But on the other hand, it's also could be, generally it has been raining a lot, so people do have access to rainwater as well. So in most cases, they do end up using their tank water. So it can be a number of factors. I guess where we will see some additional changes, particularly going to the second cycle, is that generally the first cycle doesn't trigger people going to the second part of the charges. So that's based on the consumption. So when we get into the second year, sometimes during summer people use more water, so the charges may fall into the second tariff charge.
Thank you.
And through you, Madam Mayor, just building on the comment from the CFO, we've certainly found lots of leaks and identified them with both private residential people and notified them as well. And so that has cut consumption. But and I totally agree with the CFO that the wet weather has certainly dampened people's consumption.
Madam Mayor, two things. Firstly, maybe a rhetorical question, but should we maybe look at changing our water restriction setting, given the fact that we want people to use more water? I'll leave that there for other people to talk about maybe if they want to. My question is for the Director of Infrastructure. So I acknowledged before that you have a significant body of work underway. I'd just like to acknowledge though that we're halfway through the financial year and we're still well below 50% of our spent and committed funding for capital. So just wanted to confirm that you do have a plan for the next 6 months of how you're going to achieve all the works that are required given where we're at financially.
And through you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for the question, Councillor. I was actually going to raise it myself as well. So obviously the first quarter of this year, we didn't have a lot of action happening. And so we're starting from that sort of standpoint. I think it's very pleasing if you look at the SDRC 24-25 total capital expenditure graph that's in the report. The actual, which includes both the spent and committed funds, are actually above our cumulative budget line for this time of the year for where the report is. That's really pleasing because we certainly weren't there 3 months ago. So there's a lot of action happening. Will we get to the completion of our budget? I think we started very, very slowly. So we're going to make all our endeavours to get there as much as we can. We've also got the budget review process to look at some of those projects that may not be completed so that we can actually alter what our total projected budget is. But I'm really pleased with the action and the activity to date. And even notwithstanding the actual rain that we've occurred over the last sort of 2 months as well. So I think that graph's a really pleasing thing. If it was certainly below the red line, the green line below the red line, I'd be in a different state of stress. But certainly we've got a big game ahead of us in the next 6 months. And the team will do all we can to get those really essential capital projects completed.
Thank you. I'd like just to, thank you, Vinda. I'd just like to make it very clear for people who perhaps couldn't hear what the CFO was telling us in relation to those employee costs. There have been a number of questions out in the community about what the cost is to ratepayers of the recent staff changes at council, and some real concern as to whether the quantum of that and whether it would affect ratepayers. And I think it's really good to make it clear to people that all of those costs actually have been absorbed within our pre-existing budget from the beginning of the year. So without any special allocation, that actually has been covered within the budget, and none of those changes have resulted in us going over the employment budget. So I just think it's a good thing to make that absolutely clear and calm some of those concerns that are in the community.
Maybe just one last question for the CFO. I know that revenue we're still over budget, expenses we're still under budget, capital we're underspent on, and debt continues to get paid down. So I'm guessing that our position hasn't changed. We're really still operating in a good financial position.
Through the chair, yes we are, but we are obviously keeping a close eye on our operational spend. Particularly there are some key risk areas that we're keeping an eye on. One being any changes going forward in interest rates obviously will impact us. Then similarly, from a capital budget point of view, we're keeping a close eye on capital projects and depreciations, the other one. So there are some items that we do keep close monitoring of.
Just for the purposes of the community, can you explain to us how the change of the Reserve Bank interest rates will affect us?
So generally with council having a healthy cash balance, what it does though is a lot of the investment is invested with a number of different organisations, and generally we do get good interest rates, particularly when the interest rates are high. And as interest rate starts getting reduced, it does mean that the interest we generate off the cash reserve starts trickling down as well. And then on the other hand, what it just means that we're not generating that sufficient income through the interest that we earn. And then what the flow and effect of that is council will then have to consider alternate revenue sources, and generally our ability to increase rates, we're constrained in the area. So having good rates means, interest rates means that there's a source of income that we pick up, which makes it easier for our community.
Thank you, CFO. Now, I'll remind councillors we have a very, very long agenda today that we need to keep focused on moving through, or we'll be all here at midnight tonight. So any more questions before we go to a vote on that one? Okay, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 13.2, delegations to the Chief Executive Officer. We have a recommendation that Council resolve pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009 to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of the powers of the local government conferred under the Acts and subordinate legislation listed in attachment 1 of the report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Pynchon, thank you, and a seconder? Councillor Haslett, thank you. Opening that up for debate. Councillor Motley?
I found a spelling mistake.
That is fantastic. The detail in such a long report.
Yep, I found a spelling mistake in them 400. 62/1, I think it's nature conservation, carrier activities listed, not listed.
The Manager Corporate Services is on to that. Thank you, Councillor Motley. Attention to detail award of the day. Councillor Bartley.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. 282 pages is a lot of reading. I found some very interesting things in there and read through it very carefully. That the CEO even has the power to move on flying fox columns if he wishes. And that'll probably intrigue some people. And also some of the other things in there, even where there is a clause in there that CEO may tamper with the document, which surprises me, but it is in there. I just wonder, should we be approving this now or waiting until we have a new CEO on board that they would be comfortable with these delegations?
Councillor Bartley, I think I'll respond to that. So to give everyone just a little bit of background again, it is a requirement of a local government to adopt its delegations register annually. This council has not done so since 2021. So we are not compliant with our obligation as a council to update our delegations register. Despite the delegations register being submitted to the previous CEO early in the year, it was not brought to us in council until we requested that on the start of the acting CEO. The basis for the delegations register, this is not something that has to be done by our own staff. The LGIP actually provide a model delegations register that is updated every 6 months by King & Company on behalf of LGIQ. And by adopting this delegation register, it puts us in a position where we are able to simply do the updates that come through King & Co every 6 months, thereby keeping our delegation register up to date at all times. I don't think there's anything peculiar we haven't added anything to this delegation register that is not standard for any other local government. And so I don't think there's anything particular that a new CEO would have to have a look at. But certainly it is always open when they start for us to bring this back again in the new year. As with many of the policies and procedures of this council, I don't think we should continue to kick the can down the road. We do need to have an updated delegations register. And I don't think that there's any reason to delay on adoption simply because we don't have a new CEO yet. Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, like yourself, I'm a bit surprised, I will say, that it hasn't been reviewed since 2021, given the date. I would have expected that to have occurred previously. Just a question to the current CEO. For clarification for the public, obviously 280 pages is an extensive amount of delegations. Do you know how many that actually gives you?
I think from memory around 2,200, something like that.
I figured it'd be in the thousands, yes. Okay, hypothetically, just for clarification for the public, what are the ramifications if a CEO fails to carry out his delegations? For example, Aboriginal Cultural and Heritage Act 2003 or the Environmental Protection Act 1994. What would be the ramifications if a CEO did not, once he has these delegations, does not actually follow through and conduct himself appropriately or conduct conduct, I guess, the carry out the delegation appropriately.
I'll provide an answer and you might want to finish it, Melissa. I think the question's too generic. It would depend on the type of delegation, and the two that you've referenced both come under, I think, state legislation. So there could be implications in terms of the CEO having to respond to a state government department in those circumstances where he or she hasn't carried out the delegation effectively or in contravention of the council's own delegation. And of course the second part to that is that in terms of the CEO's performance, the council reviews that in terms with the contract and the performance agreement. So if there's evidence that the delegation hasn't been carried out correctly, then the CEO should be held to account during that performance review process.
So when you say held to account, it's the council's responsibility to ensure that the CEO conducts himself appropriately with the delegations?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just quickly, do we make many changes? Just for my own reference. Is there many?
Do you want to speak to that,
Thanks,
Manager Corporate
Melissa.
Services?
The changes that we made, Councillor Watling, were basically removal of legislation that was no longer relevant to us, and there was an introduction of a new act, I think it's the Medicines Poisons Act, which replaced the biosecurity. So there's a few little tweaks in there. It's a lot less pages than the previous delegations, I will say. I think about 300 or 400 less pages. So we've just really tidied it up. We've gone through this process with managers a few times just to get this right. So.
And an example, Councillor Watling, is the legislation to do with marinas and ports, applicable to coastal communities, but not to Southern Downs Regional Council.
Yeah,
So
it's interesting. It's really worth reading for the councillors. You need to go through it if you get some time and read everyone.
over the Christmas holidays, Councillor Watling, I think a great suggestion.
Might be some more typos that you can find.
Oh, well, no, I went through it all.
Councillor,
I note the report says there's no financial implications for adopting this resolution. I'd like to know how many staff hours were involved in its preparation.
Well, I probably can't quantify that in hours, but I will say that
Days will be fine then.
when Belinda had a draft, we sat down with the senior leadership team and went through every delegation line by line, which was a couple of hours' work in itself. So there's 2 hours times, how many people were in that room? 6?
Yeah.
As well as obviously the considerable number of hours that Belinda spent going through that earlier. And can I just add, Mayor Melissa, to your point, Councillor Richter's, that there's still a volume, a quantum of work to be done after this in terms of it'll be the new CEO, then delegating to staff, and that's quite a considerable amount of work in itself as well. And I don't think that's been done, obviously, probably since the last sort of CEO delegations.
No, but through you, Madam Mayor, I've actually started that process, so we're well on the way to getting it finalised as soon as the new CEO jumps on board.
Madam Mayor, is Councillor Richter's, is he considering being on the panel for the delegations? Would he like to do that? Reduce the staff hours?
Panel for delegation.
Okay, moving meeting.
I think that's against the Local Government Act, maybe.
We want to keep Councillor Richter strategic, Councillor, so we won't let him get into the delegations. Okay, so I think, are we ready to move to a vote on that? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to morning tea break, Marion, do you have any timing?
Oh,
Or
10:30, up to you.
10:30? No, we'll do the review of policies first, and then we'll take a break. Okay. Item 13.3, we have a recommendation that council adopt and review the amended policies as presented. We have 13 listed there in that recommendation. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Hustler, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Pigeon. Okay. Opening that up for debate. I think it might be helpful to, let's open it up for discussion first.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just have some questions on the use of roads policy.
Are we gonna go through?
Yeah,
Or do you want to start at the top?
yeah, we might just go through from the top down, and then we might, if there's any that we then want to circle back to with questions or debate or comments, we can isolate those ones. So, fleet replacement life cycle policy. Okay. Media relations policy. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Community engagement policy. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. Asset management policy. No. Access to showers. No. Rural water connection. No. Water infrastructure. No. Sewerage infrastructure. No. Infrastructure in public place, naming policy and procedure. Procurement policy. Use of roads policy we want to come back to, and provision of transport network. No. Now I've done that while I sat here. I have to grab my policies. I think I've got that's media relations, and that's I have procurement. So yeah, I'll go back to that one. Okay, so starting with the media relations policy. Councillor Richters.
Madam Mayor, I will be supporting the overall motion, including this policy. But I do need to point out that I'm concerned about the section that restricts the use of the title councillor and the implications that it has on our roles and responsibilities and the trust that the community places in us. Firstly, it's unclear who decides what is council business. And as the policy states, we can't use our title when expressing personal views that are unrelated to council business. However, the Local Government Act, specifically sections 9(1), grants local governments the power to do anything that is necessary or convenient for the good rule and local government of the area. So that's a very broad mandate that encompasses a wide range of issues that could also include those that are traditionally seen as state or federal issues. And I'd just like to give you some examples where I think this could be an issue. For example, when we're discussing things like youth crime and justice, they're obviously state policies, but directly affect us, and we have a duty to advocate for effective solutions that benefit our whole community. Particularly when we're talking about public health, whether that be mental health or pill testing, as I've spoken about recently, it affects our residents' well-being and the demands that we have on local services, and particularly education and arts, which are often state-funded. And local schools that are state funded, but we also have a role in playing in advocating and supporting those organisations. So I'm concerned, given that there's many things that we could be talking about, specifically saying that we can't use our titles when discussing things that are not council business. I would again say who defines what is council business. And our role as a council extends beyond this room. It's not just the chamber where we are councillors. The community expects us to be to represent them on all matters that are affecting their lives, regardless of jurisdictional boundaries. And when we speak on things like youth justice and public health, we are fulfilling our roles outlined under the Local Government Act. So I would just say to the community that this could have implications that are far-reaching beyond what it's intended to do. And I believe that the community deserves more from us as councillors than what this is. So I would just like people to keep that in mind when they're thinking about the media policy today. Again, like I said, I'll be still supporting it, but I do have reservations and concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. I think in response to that, I would say that the particular sentence that you're referring to, there are probably two ways to approach all of these issues. And if councillors bring into this room issues of concern to the community, and we have a council position taken on those issues, any councillor can go out then supporting the councillor position with their councillor title. If you want to make personal statements that may not represent the view of council as a group, I think that it's important to be clear that they are your personal views and that they are no way related to council. It is possible for any councillor to bring issues into the group and into the room to get advocacy positions for our community on issues that we advocate to state and federal government on. And those issues should be advocated on a basis of what this council as a group have decided. Just because those issues are advocacy issues doesn't mean they're not council business. If there's an agreed position, you can of course support that and use your councillor title. The concern and the reason for the inclusion of that item, one, I think it does actually reflect the only rational reading that you can make of the councillor code of conduct. But also a councillor going out and discussing issues that are state and federal government issues in their own personal opinion and without the backing of the council room actually risks the advocacy strategy of this group on other matters as well. And I think that is why bringing it into the group to determine positions, it can be balanced against a range of other different issues that we are trying to advocate on to state and federal governments. So I do express that it's a fine line, Councillor Richters. It's going to be difficult. I do think that we have a fairly, open approach to consistently checking and adapting our policies if we think that they're not working. And I'm not saying that any of these policies that we pass today are locked in stone. They can be brought back before council at any point for further discussion.
Madam Mayor, your comments there highlight my concern. It is important to remember that we are all individually elected as councillors to serve on this council. It is perfectly okay to have dissenting or opposing views than the rest of this group. That is okay, and that is within the remit of our role as a councillor. So by saying that the only way that we can have an opinion is by bringing something to this council and for us all to agree on it, and then we can only have the opinion that is agreed upon in this room, is not what the Act's asking for.
That's not what I said, Councillor Richters. If you have an opinion, you can express it as much as you want. You simply can't put the title councillor in front of it. And I'm happy for you to go out as Mr. Joel Richters and talk about any single item that you want to talk about to whatever media and for as long as you want. As soon as you use the title councillor, as we've seen recently in the press, it is not interpreted as your personal opinion. No matter what you say on it, the media put the words Southern Downs Regional Council on it, and we are then all dragged along with the opinion of any one of us in this room. There are a lot of contentious topics at state and federal government level, and I'm sure none of us would want a fellow councillor to pull us all in on their personal views on those very contentious issues. I think it needs to be clear, if it's your personal opinion, it's your personal opinion. It doesn't relate to your role as a councillor.
So this is where you and I will differ, Mayor, because a personal opinion can be held by a councillor. A councillor can have personal opinion that is their opinion. To say that you can't use the title councillor just because you have a personal opinion is ludicrous. You would be therefore saying the likes of Lawrence Springborg, who's been afforded the title of the Honourable because he's been a minister, can, when he has something to say that might be dissenting from his council or a personal matter that's relating to him, that all of a sudden he can't use the title of the Honourable that has been given to him by virtue of him being a minister. We've all been given the title councillor when we swore an oath after being elected. That counts. That you don't just turn that on and off when you please. It's a title that's been given to us by virtue of our election.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Anyone else want to comment?
Madam Mayor, I suppose the concern is that your opinion, say as a councillor, doesn't make a perception that we agree with your opinion, is what it comes down to. That's why I agree with what you're saying, that it should be your own personal opinion, because otherwise, if you're saying that as a councillor, are you saying it on behalf of all the councillors?
I think it's very difficult to discern in the media if you use the title councillor. Certainly the complaints I have I have received over the last 2 weeks, people cannot interpret that very easily when it is in the press. And I think you'd have to ask the motivation for needing to put the title on a personal opinion. What is the motivation for that? Is it to give it more weight? Is it to advance a personal opinion ahead of the obligation that we all have to represent the community now, not represent ourselves? To me, I think that in coming up with that balance, I think that's why I support the wording that has that's being discussed. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would tend to agree. From my perspective, I've had many titles in my life, including military titles, mum, farmer, councillor, and I certainly don't get carried away with any of them, and I don't have any interest in doing so. But what I will say is, if the title is put before your name as councillor, then it does appear to be a reflection on the entire of SDRC Council. 3 weeks ago, unfortunately, one particular media outlet put a photo of myself next to a story that was completely incorrect because the agenda item didn't reflect the comments on, well, there was some confusion between what the agenda item was and what I was actually saying, that my title was used. And I asked for the Mayor in fact asked for a retraction in regards to that. So it can be something as simple as that. Somebody makes a mistake and uses your title, and then all of a sudden it becomes, well, that's the council's opinion, or Councillor McDonald, while she was in the meeting, said X. There are occasions where it's appropriate that you don't actually use your title as councillor, because I might be speaking about an agricultural issue that I don't have the same view as Councillor Bartley has, or the majority of the room has. So I call myself Farmer Cynthia McDonald because that is my view, it's a personal view. And I have no problems with that situation. As I said, I've had many titles throughout my lifetime and I'm quite happy to use them appropriately.
Any other comment on that policy? The community engagement policy, Councillor Homestead.
Thank you, Melissa. I think this is a really good policy as I've read through it. I think there are some objectives in here that currently we're not, as a council or group, meeting, and I look forward to 2025 and addressing some of those. But as the policy stands, I think it's very good, except for section 4.5, the measurements and reporting. I just queried this because I think it might be a bit historic and not necessarily still the case. It actually says that the Community Services Department will collate the reports and bring them up to council. But actually, when you go and look at all of the reports that we get, there is a section on community engagement for every different department. So I just wonder why that paragraph is there saying that the Community Services Department is responsible for that. I would think that it would be each individual department is responsible for their own community engagement on topics. Would that not be the case?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's probably better wording, to be honest, if we put every department or council officers or something generic.
Yeah, each council department will be,
So thank you, that was my only suggestion for change in there.
Are there any objections to that minor change? No, okay. And the use of roads policy, Councillor Whitley.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so the roads policy, is it a existing policy?
Good morning, councillors. Yes, it is an existing policy and it was due for review September 2024. No. So it was on time for us to make certain updates to the existing policy. Yep.
Yeah, okay, just probably just while going through it, I just had a few concerns as to my whole concern with the policy. Can SDRC use this to close minimally used roads? That just say, if you've only got 1 or 2 people using them roads, not really close them, we don't maintain them anymore. Is that possible?
So if you have a gazetted road, just a constructed road,
Yeah.
And if you have very low user volumes of that road,
Yeah.
so our maintenance regime is dictated by our transport asset management plan requirements. So obviously, it allows us, gives us the option to change the status of it to an unconstructed road if there is user service levels are minimal.
Minimal,
And
so it can,
there is that option. I haven't done that in previous. We haven't done that like in that sense, but yes, that option is there, and it turns into an unconstructed road reserve basically. The council doesn't maintain.
and just so in the property and vehicular access, they need an application for minor works approval. Historically, if there's a complaint on one of these roads, say by a neighbour, and they complain about that road and they haven't historically over years got that approval, what happens then?
There have been instances where we had to address certain inquiries previously where accesses have been undertaken without relevant council approvals. More the fact that sometimes we end up having issues with drainage where the property accesses weren't constructed properly with drainage. We address them as case by case and then let the customers know or the residents know during that process and get them either we fix it, work with them to fix that issue, and that's how we would address that matter.
So just historically without that approval though, will they, and say if that was an older road and they didn't have that approval, would they then have to put in for that approval?
Not necessarily, we don't go and check on all of them.
Yeah.
Only when an issue arises, when we have an access and when when we start looking into further details, that's when we go through that process, Not necessarily, we don't go and check on all on all the accesses that we have in the region,
That's right, thanks.
Any other comments or questions? No, okay. So if we go to a vote on review and no, it was just a comment on that. I've decided not to in light of recent events. If we go to a vote on that, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. And I'd like to congratulate all councillors for being part of getting council's policies and procedures up to date. By the end of 2024, our auditors, internal and external, will be delighted at the progress that we have made. As I did say though, all policies should be reviewed and refreshed regularly, and councillors, if they have any issues, can bring policies up for review at any point in time. I think we will move to adjourn the meeting at 10:37 a.m. All in favour? Unanimous. Okay, we reconvene at 10:58 a.m. and moving on to agenda item 13.4. We have a recommendation that council submit the following amended list of projects to the Department of Housing, Local Government Planning and Public Works for assessment and approval from council's $4.58 million allocation under the 2024-27 Works for Queensland program, and they're listed. Actually, do we need to update the department name in that recommendation?
Yes, that's a good point.
If we could just do that. Do I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Haslett, and a seconder, Councillor Windle. Thank you. Opening that one up for discussion.
I think it makes good sense what the changes that have been made. It puts a bit more of a realistic figure on certain things and just makes the money a little bit more sensibly spent, I think. So well done to the team who's put that together.
Yeah, I think it focuses our attention on some of the bigger projects. I think particularly the allocating sufficient funds to WIRAC is really important. The sale yard redevelopment is continuing and it's good to see some focus on that. And the Allora Community Precinct for $600,000, I just probably wanted to highlight that one because I know people have been looking for council spending in our budget, and it's not in our budget because it's in the Works for Queensland funding. It's not council's funds we're using for that $600,000, it's Works for Queensland, but it is a commitment to that Allora Community Precinct. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to note though, which it could be misleading what you just said because Works for Queensland are 50-50 funded. So there would be a council contribution to the other half of that requirement. As I said when this was discussed at our information session, I agree with you, great that we're spending the money on WIRAC. We all know that the current condition of WIRAC and how very important that facility is. I do think that could have been other changes we could have made, but this is overall not a bad outcome.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification.
Yes, I
The
was
Work
gonna
for
ask.
Queensland is
It's
not
not
50-50
50-50.
funded.
Did it used to be though?
No, it never was, but
No.
there may well be some projects the council is making a contribution to, but it's
not-
entirely up to the council as to how they allocate that funding without any commitment.
Yeah, we wouldn't have increased WIRAC to 2 million if it was a 50-50 funding, so.
You might be, Councillor Richards, you might be thinking of LGGSP, Local Government Grants and Subsidies Program, which does have a requirement for a contribution.
Okay, I will be stood corrected though. Fair enough. I was almost certain that there was a co-contribution requirement. I'm basing it on what I had experience with a few years ago, so
Cheryl, you're naughty.
I'm happy to
Some
admit when I'm
Christmas
wrong.
cheer. I think you're right to proceed, Councillor. Oh, you're done, okay. Corrected and done, it's going well. So any more questions or comments on that item? We'll move to a vote, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Councillor McDonald, are you leaving the room? Yes, indeed, thank you. We're up to 13.5 sole and specialised suppliers for the 2024-2025 financial year. We've got a recommendation that council resolves in accordance with section 235A and B of the local government regulation that it is satisfied that the nominated suppliers in attachment 1 are sole or specialised suppliers and that they be added to or renewed under the sole supplier register. The register will be reviewed prior to end of the financial year for the forthcoming financial year, and that we delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 to enter into contracts, negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated with or in relation to the approved sole specialised suppliers subject to Council's normal procurement policies and practices. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Do we have any comments or questions on that one? No? All in favour? That's unanimous apart from Councillor McDonald, and if you could ask her to rejoin us. Okay, we're up to agenda item 13.6. which is the 2025 Citizen of the Year Awards Assessment Panel. We have a recommendation that council appoint the mayor or my representative and 3 councillors and the 4 community members to form the Citizen of the Year Awards panel. I think if we can, looking at that recommendation, Marion, if we could say the mayor, and then we will amend in here to complete the resolution. Now, I think we had discussed, councillors, the 4 community members are actually evenly split across the district. We have 2 from the north and 2 from the south, 2 from Warwick, 1 from Amiens, 1 from Stanthorpe. We had originally thought that there would be 3 community members and 3 councillors, but it was decided, it was recommended by the officers that we actually accept all 4 applicants to give a good balance, and I think that's probably a good idea. That then leads us to balancing with council representatives, so 4 of us, and I would like to also see that same balance across the region. 2 from the north and 2 from the south. So if we open up to any volunteers to be on the assessment panel. I think the Deputy Mayor, we had discussed you being on the panel, would that be?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor. So we need 1 from the north and 1 from the south. Councillor Dean, thank you. And 1 from the north.
Councillor It's on Friday. Yeah, I can't do Friday.
Yeah, the panel is meeting on Friday. John, are you available on Friday morning, Councillor Richters?
I believe so.
Okay. And Councillor Richters.
Madam Mayor, I know that we can't change this now, but I am a little bit disappointed, I guess, that all 4 of the community nominations were male. I think it would have been, had there been more nominations, it would have been better to be able to have some gender representation.
I think the lack of nominations probably reflects what the officers were telling us in terms of not just for the assessment panel, but the number of nominations that we get in total for a lot of those positions, a lot of those awards isn't as high as we would want. And we might think about how we can try and increase that next year. So yeah, we're a little behind time on it this year, Councillor Richters, and I think you're right that next year we might give some thought to how we can improve that.
I think that's a really good suggestion, and I like your suggestion as well. And another thing just to think about, because there are awards given to junior citizens, perhaps we could think about having a junior representative on that panel as well.
Representation as well.
Somehow, just to, not to discuss today, but to think about
Yeah.
for.
That would be a great idea potentially from the Youth Council. Would be a very good idea. So yeah, let's give some thought ahead of time for the 2026 awards. Yes,
Just
Councillor.
quickly, can I ask what the budget was for that? Was there somewhere the community services, the budget amount?
Do you have that at your fingertips? We'll take that on notice, Councillor.
Yeah, that's
We'll come back to you later in the meeting.
Okay. So all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 13.7, the Warwick Town Hall Condition Assessment Report. We have a recommendation that council note the findings from the Olivetto Consulting Structural Condition Report for the Warwick Town Hall, and note that council officers have commenced to address the urgent safety-related matters to ensure the building presents no immediate risk to the community and users, and note that in response to the report, council officers will commence to develop a comprehensive conservation management plan that will take a considered and staged approach to effectively manage and address the issues identified by the report, with a further report to be brought back to a future council meeting for consideration. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richters, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Dean. Opening that one up. Councillor Wantley.
Just quickly, when we address the issues identified in this report, we need to take great consideration that we have a very important asset in the building. the Visitors Info Centre. I need to be clear on the fact we do not disrupt this very important tourism asset.
Thank you, councillor Wadley.
Madam Mayor, I think that Town Hall is, I think, near and dear to anyone who holds the history of our region in Homestead. I think people would be concerned to know the full extent of the issues that are around Town Hall, and I think there is great opportunities for us to expend some money doing the necessary things to keep it well into the future, but also to open it up further for more visitors and more events and whatever in the region. I just want to I guess, highlight that the Vic move that has already been resolved by council, is that still proceeding despite this report?
The move from the one side to the other side of the smaller space to the larger space at the front.
So my understanding, there is a resolution of council that is to occur.
That was to come back to council in January for decision. Having discussed this with the staff, given the fact that some of what's in this report could impact that move, I think when we come back in January, we might put that on hold, because it involves some flooring and some asbestos issues, and I don't want to do that. My recommendation to the council staff is not to do that in isolation of an overall plan for the improvements that are recommended in this report.
So currently, as it stands, I believe there is a resolution, council resolution, that the move is to occur. Do we need to have a subsequent resolution to put that on hold?
Can I just double check that, councillor, because I thought that decision was going to be made in January. Just double check.
I thought that we had a resolution that they would be moving in January.
Oh, okay, that might be what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Check it.
Yeah, can we check that and come back? Okay.
Yeah, and I think you know, the Warwick Town Hall is a beautiful and iconic building. I think, like many infrastructure assets in our region, it has not had the investment that it should have had over the years, and so we're not just dealing with a situation of repair and maintenance, but actually looking at rectifying the underfunding that has happened over a number of years with that asset and other assets. I would like to say that we have asked staff to also keep in mind any funding opportunities that come up. There is often funding for historic buildings, and hopefully by having these reports and an understanding of the work required, we're in a better position to apply for those funding rounds as they become available. But again, as mentioned by the CEO and as I think we have discussed as a council group, I think having a strategic idea of the future use of the town hall in all its different frames is really important, and that's part of what we will need to do in January, because obviously repairs are different depending upon the envisaged use of the building. Some repairs will happen notwithstanding any use, and then others will depend on what each area is going to be used for. So we as a council need to take that longer term view of what we would love to see happen with that asset.
Melissa, can I just read out the resolution? The parts 2 and 3, the Warwick Vic moves to the larger former Waterloo tenancy to allow repairs to their current space to proceed, and that a review of the move and arrangements be brought back to council at the January 2025 council meeting. So I think that's a little vague, but I think what the intent of that was is that the move would occur and then we would report back. So picking up on Councillor Richter's point, I'm not sure we need a new resolution to replace that, but I think we probably should just note that my advice to the council would be to put that move on hold until we've further explored this structural report and the implications.
Just to pick up on your comments, Madam Mayor, the councils I've been previously involved with invested heavily in repairs and maintenance on the town hall. You've got to live within a budget, and if we'd gone out to try and fix everything that was wrong with that town hall, we'd have significant rate increases. Big underpinning job was done in 2012 And if I think if we went back to year 2000 and look at the amount of money that has been expended, which has to be expended because it is a major asset of our community, but we have to be prepared for futuristic expenditure on that asset because it's a sandstone building. And if you went back into how it was constructed, they didn't have the requirements of building the way we do now. And unfortunately, that the moisture, it comes from under the ground. Warwick is a wet area. The moisture is a problem. And the underpinning, you never saw anything on top, but all the work was done underneath. The whole front of the street was pulled up, everything was major. So as far as investing in that town hall, if you look back at the money that's been spent since year 2000, you will be quite surprised when it's been spent.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to reinforce one of the recommendations, the manager of sustainability and myself now putting together a detailed asset investment plan, which will go hand in hand with the community consultation of uses, and that'll be brought back to council sort of later next year for full discussion, and we're still currently looking at those funding opportunities.
Given the fact that we do have a resolution saying that the move will occur, I would feel more comfortable if we add a line to this resolution that notes that we're putting on hold the move of the Vic.
There's no harm
We
in
can do that.
including it, yeah. Can you add an item 4, Marion? Item 4, and note the CEO's advice. That the move of the Warwick Vic
Into the former Warwick space be deferred.
And can I ask that the volunteers be informed of that, because they are waiting anxiously and wondering when their move was going to take place. They've been looking forward to having that bigger space, so I think that they deserve to be told that that'll be on hold.
Are the movers and seconders happy with that amended resolution?
I was the mover, sorry.
And who was the seconder? Houseman?
Sarah. Yeah, no.
Dean, you're
Yes,
happy?
that's me.
Okay, going to a vote on that one, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 13.8, we have a recommendation that council note the Southern Down Youth Council 2024 summary of recommendations made throughout the year and those associated actions completed against each. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Windle. Fantastic. Any?
I have a question, or a couple of questions actually, with regards to the 50 signs that have been ordered and installed. Can I ask where those signs have been installed? And I do have a reason for asking that. I don't see the manager here, so he may not remain.
No, I think that might have to be a question on notice, Councillor Windle.
Because the reason that we that was put forward was because of the young Lachlan Corney from Assumption College with the dog droppings on the sporting fields. I spoke to his mum yesterday afternoon and said how exciting it was that Lockie's proposal had been approved and their signs have been installed, 50 of them. So she was excited and he did not know. So that information hadn't actually gone back through the Youth Council to Lachlan to advise him that that had been accepted and approved and was actioned. So she then promptly went to pick him up from wherever he was and took him for a drive to view the signs and could not find any. And particularly there's none on the sporting fields where that was actually approved for. So that's hence my question, as 50 signs have been installed, where are they?
Okay, thank you, Councillor
And are there more to be ordered? So that, is there another second stage to this or something? Are there more signs to go on the sporting fields? We need a report, or we need an update on that, and it needs to go back to the members of the Youth Council so they know what's happening with that as well.
So my comments probably, Councillor Windle has beautifully illustrated it with her question. What I was going to say is that while this report is accurate, I don't have any problems with the way it's written and the accuracy of it. If you look at the 3 points there, the 3 dot points of what the aims of Youth Council are, my 9 months of experience with being a part of this is that we're not meeting those objectives really. And so I would like to see a lot more engagement with our youth in 2025, and Councillor Wind and myself and the relevant staff have been working together on reviewing the terms of reference around this and speaking at the moment to the schools as to, you know, whether they're happy with that, whether they're on board with it, and generally speaking that seems to be being met with approval. So it's my hope that those terms of reference will come up to Council sometime in the new year so everyone else can see that. But just flagging to everyone that, I would like to see some changes around how we run Youth Council so it becomes much more meaningful, and as Councillor Windle has said, the students actually get a flow and a sense of you know, purpose with what they're doing in that council committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Haslett. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, at the October meeting, I asked for council officers to prepare a report on the actions from the Southern Downs Youth Council meeting, for that to be tabled with both us and the Youth Council. I know that in today's report, in particular, there was this action from that Youth Council meeting that talked about council officers were going to look into how we could advertise on TikTok. And I note that there has been very little information actually provided on that in this new report, and I wouldn't constitute that as being a report on the action items of the Youth Council meeting. So I'd just like to highlight that I believe that is still outstanding.
I could probably comment on that, is that the advice that we were given, students and those of us who were at that meeting, was that we cannot use TikTok as a platform because of legal reasons.
My understanding from the conversation was we couldn't use it as we couldn't have an account, but we could still advertise.
That was not my understanding, and I think that is what it says there with the changes in legislation. But perhaps that's what I was told, but happy to be corrected by people who know more about the legislation.
Yeah, all my comment is if that is to be the report about advertising on TikTok, could we have a little bit more information about that? And can we ensure that the information is then shared back to the Youth Council as well as us?
Let's go to a vote on that one. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to 13.9. Mayor recommendation that Council, under the Local Government Regulation 2012, exceptions for valuable non-current asset contracts dispose of a valuable non-current asset, more particularly described as the flood warning infrastructure network assets, by exception other than by tender or auction, to a government agency being the Bureau of Meteorology, and delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the transfer of the flood warning infrastructure network assets across to BOM. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Is there any questions or comments on this one, councillors? No, I think I would say it's good to see generally local governments, we are the victims of cost shifting from state and federal governments. I'd like to say that it's good to see that we occasionally get to push it back to where it should be so that the costs aren't borne by our ratepayers. So certainly I'm speaking in favour of this motion today. Anything else before we go to a vote? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 14.1, water infringement notices. We have a recommendation that Council approve infringement notices to be issued for non-authorised use of water intended for firefighting purposes, connecting to or disconnecting from the service provider's infrastructure without approval, interfering with service providers' infrastructure, and taking water without approval. Do I have a mover for that one? Councillor Pigeon, and a seconder, Councillor Haslett, thank you. Do we have any comments or questions on that one, councillors? No? Okay.
Maybe I'd just like to say that I feel comfortable with items 2 and 3. I feel less comfortable about 1 and 4 as far as infringement notices go.
Councillor Richters, I think this just gives our departments the ability to issue infringement notices in certain circumstances. I think that you know how that actually is used in practice will obviously be a matter to see, but they have had people, I think one's very much of concern if people are using water that is reserved for firefighting purposes, that puts a lot of the community at risk. And I think that is something where you might want the ability, if other options of talking to people don't work, to have that at the end of the day to compel behaviour.
So questions on that one specifically, Madam Mayor. So I understand taking water out of a tank designated for firefighting purposes would be very bad. But what about using a fire hose reel connected to the water mains?
Councillor Richters, if you're using water from the fire mains, it's unneeded supply, you're getting free water. So this is really about water theft rather than anything else, and I think it should come back into the same as everything else.
It has happened in the past where certain companies or places with large concreted areas have just grabbed the fire hose to wash down. And it's Friday afternoon practice, but I understand where it's just got to stop. And otherwise, yeah, it's unmeetable.
Did you want to say something?
No, I was scratching my head, sorry.
Oh no, it was Graham behind you, councillor Hussey, sorry.
Madam Mayor, could the manager give us some detail around how they intend to implement this, if they know yet?
Through Madam Mayor, as you stated, we would be using our discretion when we use this. It will just be for extreme cases where we're concerned about contamination or where there's a repeat offender and large amounts of theft. So we're not going to be slapping fines on everybody for small infringements.
Councillor Richters. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 14.2, the Stanthorpe Commercial Users Water Standpipe. We have a recommendation that council approve the project, new Stanthorpe Commercial Users Water Standpipe, approve an additional budget of $180,000 for the Water Capital Works program to be incorporated into the Q2 budget review, and note the new caravan RV and residence standpipe location and cost will be presented in February for adoption. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wantling, thank you very much. Seconder? Councillor Haslett, thank you. Opening that one up for comment. Yes, Councillor Wantling?
This project has been a long time coming. It's so good to see the commercial and the private people split in two different areas, and also for the commercial side of it that they'll have dual filler, which is really good, and it'll save a lot of time for them. It's just been a real problem over the last few years, and it's just a fantastic project that we're going to put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Wantling.
Madam Mayor, I concur, and I've had many people speak to me about the concerns around access to water in Stanthorpe, and so like Councillor Wantling, I think this is a fantastic outcome for the community. In regards to the additional budget for $180,000, given the Director's comment before about potentially not even achieving all the projects that we aimed for this year, is an additional $180,000 really warranted, or would it be able to be done within the existing budget?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor. I think we try and obviously budget for each project independently, so in the budget review too, we'll be putting this amount of $180,000 up. We'll also look for the opportunities I spoke about before, if there's projects that we feel are not going to be expended, to look at that counter reduction, but we like actually allocating the money for each project directly.
And Director, have we had a look into also that the potential funding through Q Rider or other programs as well? Is that ongoing or is
Yes,
that not
ongoing, thank you, Mayor.
So Madam Mayor, further to that, does that mean, Director, that we should expect to see at least $180,000 reduction in other capital projects in the same quarter review?
I think, look, there'll certainly be some up and downs, and through Madam Mayor, in terms of the water projects, they're probably ones that are really critical, and at this stage we can't call whether it's going to be a reduction or not. But certainly this is a project that, as Councillor Watling spoke about, was not approved in the last capital budget, but I think it's a really important project to do. So if we need to find that money from reserve, we will.
And I'd like to say, I absolutely agree with Councillor Wantling. This project is really so important for the community, and it's been a long time coming. This is getting us absolutely ready for the next drought. And you can't try and do projects like this once drought hits. It's too late. We know in Stanthorpe that we need to have better infrastructure to support water carting during a drought, and not just during the heavy droughts. In that dry spring we just had, the water carters were working around the clock, and this will make their life easier. It'll make it faster, more accessible for people on tanks to get those refills during small dry patches in Stanthorpe where tanks run dry. So I think this is absolutely part of being a better prepared and more resilient council for drought conditions in our region. Any other comments on that one? No? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 14.3, we have a recommendation that Council approve the realignment and amalgamation of lots associated with Mount Marley and the Stanthorpe Water Treatment Plant. Do I have a mover for that one? Councillor Haslett, and a seconder, Councillor Wantling, thank you. Any questions or comments on this one? No? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 14.4, we have a recommendation that Council endorse the following funding applications being submitted for various footpath and cycleway projects as listed in the agenda and on the screen. Do I have a mover for that one? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Richters. Any comments or questions on this one?
Madam Mayor, if these were to come to fruition, sorry.
No, you're right.
If these projects were to come to fruition, this would be a really good thing for the people who live on the western side of Warwick. I was only taking into account the cycleways that you see around Brisbane CBD just recently, and they have such a great network, and this might be the next great big network change for our region. And it'd be great to see the area be utilised more for active cycling and walking.
Totally agree. I think they're great projects, all of them. One in particular has been one of my passions for a while now, and keep raising it every time I have to, that it's something needs doing there to make things safer for people. So that pathway from Wood Street to Victoria Street will be really greatly received if we can get that happening. So I really look forward to seeing these come to fruition, hopefully.
Yeah, and I think we as a council have a commitment, to better footpaths and cycleways throughout the region. So it's good to see the staff bringing these projects forward and us continuing to look for ways to improve that infrastructure in the region. Any other comments on that one? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 14.5, we have a traffic calming proposal for Mary Street in Warwick. We have a recommendation that Council conduct the plan to provide traffic calming in Mary Street, implement the preferred traffic calming preferences for a trial period of 6 months with a review to be conducted at the conclusion of the trial period, and receive a further report for a decision to implement a permanent solution after the trial period. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Pigeon. Any questions or comments on that one, Councillor?
Yeah, I think this is a good outcome. I've had several discussions with a couple of residents in that street. It's only a very short street, but it's obviously one that people decided that it's a good shortcut. So, and don't actually stick to the speed limit either. So I'll be pleased to see this happen and look forward to seeing a positive outcome at the end of the trial period to see how it works.
Councillor Bartley?
Pity the trial wasn't run around rodeo time, Madam Mayor, because that's when it hits critical mass of everyone racing through there. It's the busiest time around those showgrounds, busier than the normal show. The show doesn't produce the traffic that the rodeo does, but I think if we had it at rodeo time, the residents would be very, very grateful that trial is in place.
Mayor, I also agree that it's a good thing that we're doing this trial. I've driven down there and seen the signs of people saying that they've made of their own accord, saying please slow down, mindful of the community. So I'm sure that many people would be very appreciative. The only reservation I have is around the actual speed limit that's been allocated. 30 kilometres an hour is an unusual speed limit to set for a laneway, particularly in our region. All the other laneways, be that they don't have speed limits, but where they do, we're all set at 40 k's an hour, not 30. So I would say that 30 is an unusual number, and it might contribute to some confusion around what is the speed limit when there's a number that they're not expecting.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, thanks for the question. The speed limit adopted or proposed for the trial period was just based on the lane width and also the number of properties that are there. Obviously, through the trial period, if you find that that's too slow, then we will try and take that into consideration to make it a consistent speed environment. But at this stage, it's a trial phase, and hopefully we'll look at ways to make sure there's a consistency across the region.
I think if we're going to do a trial though, trialling the 30 k's an hour, at the end of the trial, no one's going to ask for it to go up to 40. But trialling at 40 might satisfy the people and also achieve some consistency across the region. But obviously, I'll leave that to your better judgment. Yep.
I think if it's calculated on standard road rules, then that seems to be a good reason. I think it's great that the residents themselves had approached council because of that successful changes in Oak Avenue. I think that's very interesting that Oak Avenue is working better, and it's good to see residents proactively approaching council to engage with them in this space.
Yeah, just a question through you, Mayor Melissa. With all the avenues in Warwick, I mean, there probably needs to be reduced speed limit in all of them, and I don't think there is there?
There are some at low speeds. I have to take that on notice.
Yeah, no, it's just curious, that's all. But this might prove that maybe they all need to be 30 k's an hour. I don't know. So it'll be interesting to see what the outcome is at the end of the trial.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving to a vote on that one. All in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. The Cox Bridge Replacement, we have a recommendation that council makes application for funding of $4,095,360 for the replacement of Cox Bridge, Victoria Street, Warwick, under the Australian Government's Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program, and approves a contribution of $1,023,840 from the Australian Government's Roads to Recovery current 5-year funding program 2024 to 29, or other alternate funding source available to council at the time. Do we have a mover for that one? Councillor Richters, and a seconder, Councillor Bartley. Thank you. Any comments or questions on this one? Councillor Wantling.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just have one question on. So Victoria Street and the Cox Bridge at the moment are V-double rated. If we put a new bridge in, will that be a V-double rated yet?
Yes, it will be. The classification only, the structure will be only improved. It'll be a 161 ton load rating. bridge, so the proposal is for a three-span, better immunity, flood immunity bridge at that location. So at the moment, it's a dip. We're going to remove that dip, and yeah, that's the proposal. That's the idea.
Manager, can you tell us what, at the moment, based on the preliminary plans you have, how much higher the bridge clearance is from the riverbed? Through you, Mayor Melissa, don't have that off the top of my head, but it will definitely be a little bit more higher than, I believe, the Waller Street. Okay.
That's the understanding, but having said that, when the when we go through the design reviews and scoping, and depending on the costs involved, we will make a better judgment at that time.
I mean, I think this is fantastic that we're going to do this bridge, whilst it's cute and quaint on Victoria Street, it does cause massive disruptions to Warwick's traffic flow during flooding events. And we also know that people have lost their lives being trying to cross that span as well. And if this can resolve some of those issues, I think it's well worth our investment.
And bear in mind, Mayor, if you only build in so much immunity because it cuts across Victoria Street back near the racecourse.
Yes.
And you can't get to the bridge regardless of how high you build.
Yes, and through you, Mayor Melissa, we also have Waller Street also gets cut off because there's another low point before Waller Street as well, before the Waller Street Bridge as well. So, yeah, at the moment trying to improve and improve that asset that's depreciating very badly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Moving to a vote on that one, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. On to naming of roads, we have a recommendation that council undertakes a public consultation process with the broader community, seeking public feedback on the proposed names for the unnamed roads connected to Lot 3, Plan RP 182877, which is at 1502 Old Stanthorpe Road, Waldash, and Lot 901, Plan ML 2305 at 59 Wineholt Street, Maryvale. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Bartley, and a seconder, Councillor Windle. Thank you. Any comments or questions on this one? No. Councillors, I actually have a comment where I think we've had a few proposals over the last few months come to us for road naming where the applicants don't comply with our naming policy. I think actually not to delay this one today, which will go to a vote, but I do think it would make sense if we could come up with a list of names that can be used rather than the staff having to do it one by one. If we have some names that are relevant to the area, local flora and fauna, local historical figures, etc., in compliance with the policy, it might help staff. So we might try and actually just get a small list together that might assist staff in these situations going forward. Shall we go to a vote on?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy with the resolution, but I would just like to ask that when this goes out for public consultation, can it be made clear that people can actually propose other names? Like, it's good that we're going out with a list of names, but the public are also welcome to suggest alternate names if they wish.
Thanks, Councillor, through the Mayor. We do actually get names provided to us, and you'll see that in the next application. So we're going to start making a list here of the proposed names. Some of them are less applicable to the policy or aligned to the policy than others, but yeah.
Thank you. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. And agenda item 14.8, recommendation that council name unnamed road B in Sovereign Downs, Stage 2, Lot 100 SP 249599 Homestead Road, Rosenthal Heights 4370, Mulcahy. Mulcahy. I was just remembering that from the last one. Mulcahy. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, if you can pronounce it correctly, you can move, and I know Councillor Bartley can pronounce it. Will you second Councillor Bartley? Thank you. Any comments or questions on that one? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to Item 15.1, the planning protocols policy. We have a recommendation that council adopt the planning protocols policy as presented. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richters, and a seconder, Councillor Pigeon. Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions on that one? Yes,
Just
Councillor
commenting,
Bartley.
there's certainly a bit of a shift away from what the previous policy was, where we were not to speak to development while the application was being assessed. That's going to be a bit unusual, to say the least. What can we tell them during that period? I don't know.
Councillor Lomond.
Yeah, I've just got a few, the 7.1, it says development application, pre-lodged verbal. It's a verbal briefing with portfolio holder and pre-lodged meetings or scheduled. And then below, we've got development application submitted, verbal briefing with portfolio holder and CEO for moderate and high complexity applications. And then below that, it has a verbal briefing to a council information session for identified applications. So my point being, as all us councillors, are we all getting the same amount of information?
Excuse me, through you, Melissa, if I can answer that. So the intent, and I can't find exactly which point you're talking about, sorry, Councillor Watling, but it is that all councillors will receive an email weekly of new applications that have been received. As part of the portfolio catch-ups that we have, it'll be further detail provided in relation to pre-lodgement meetings so that the council is aware of those, and more detail may be provided on more complex applications to both the portfolio councillor and the CEO, with the intention that anything that is identified that needs to come to a CIS would then come to a CIS. But all applications that are received will be circulated to all councillors as a list.
Just as long as we get all that information as well, that's, all I'm getting at. Yeah.
We will all get all the information on applications, on submissions, etc. I think what the manager planning is talking about is using the portfolio system to identify unusual cases where the portfolio holder needs to bring something into the group for discussion earlier than normal, perhaps, or otherwise manage the process. So we do all have to have the same information, in fact. So yes, and I think that the protocol as it stands, certainly to me, did that. What was happening in the portfolio sense was slightly additional, and hopefully might mean some improved outcomes by having that system in place.
Thank you.
I think this is a good step forward for development within our region. I think that allowing councillors to attend pre-lodgement meetings will be a good step forward as far as not only building back the communication and trust with developers, between developers and council, but also will allow us as councillors to be well more informed about what actually goes into the entire process. At the moment, I don't think anyone, unless you've personally been through the process, I don't think anyone here would know the kind of detail that is given and how those meetings are conducted. And just opening this up will allow for greater transparency, I think, overall.
Okay. Shall we go to a vote on that one? All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Item 15.2, Allora Mountain Offsets for Toowoomba to Warwick Pipeline. In fact, I think we've got a slightly amended recommendation here. Is that on the screen already, Marion, or do I need to?
No, it's not.
Not quite. Okay. Just bear with me a sec.
I'm happy to move the alternate motion that was circulated.
Yeah, the alternate motion is that council approve the setting aside of 21 hectares of the Allora Mountain Reserve in perpetuity for Sec Water to secure a statutory covenant for the purpose. No, that's the original. Sorry. That council approve in principle the setting aside of 21 hectares of the Allora Mountain Reserve for Sec Water for the purpose of offsetting the clearing loss of koala habitat within the Toowoomba to Raw Water Pipeline route on the condition consultation is undertaken and endorsement received from the traditional owners of the land. So councillor Richters, you're moving. A seconder, councillor Pigeon, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for the Director, Planning. If it's set aside for SEQ Water because of their offset requirements, does SEQ Water have any say over that set aside parcel?
Through you, Mayor Melissa, we do have also online Sandy Hunter, so I'm not sure if Sandy wants to take that question or if you have anything you want to add to that, Sandy?
Yeah, the covenant or whatever they decide to use will be on title, but it's still up to obviously the owner of the land, which is the state, and that things that such as the fire management plan, once that's completed, will apply. And that will also be part of the covenant. So they will have a right to do fire and re-veg and that sort of stuff, but anything outside of what's in the covenant, they won't.
So an example.
Does that answer your question?
So an example would be, for example, could SEQ Water then stop people from being able to access that area because they have that covenant over it?
I don't believe so, because it's still the purpose of the land is still the reserve. I don't believe so, but I can certainly find that out and get back to you.
Yeah. Normally the statutory covenant would simply restrict your ability to clear. And a statutory covenant wouldn't normally give you exclusionary land rights, but yes, thank you, Sandy, for checking and reporting back on that later on.
Yeah, sure.
Councillor Pigeon?
Through you, Madam Mayor, on that the other day, I don't think it would really be a problem where it's to be located.
I think that might be still open. Well, certainly that's a proposal, but once we consult with the traditional owners, they may have some different opinions on that.
On Sec Water consult with them.
Yes.
Okay, shall we go to a vote on that one? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Thank you, Sandy. Okay, moving on to, we have no reports on deputation. Moving on to the confidential business items for today. We have a recommendation that the meeting be closed to the public and move into committee to discuss the following items, which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which permits the meeting to be closed to the public for business relating to the following. And we have recruitment of a chief executive officer, request for capital assistance loan, minutes of the ICT steering committee meeting 25 November, access and fencing Ironbark Road, Sugarloaf, draft local government infrastructure plan, proposed infrastructure agreement between the developments and council at Morgan Park, water loss PID 61390, and show societies and committee funding. Do I have a mover for that?
Madam Mayor, question before we do that. Regarding the LGIP, can I have an explanation for the reason for confidentiality?
I think we need to move in second and then open up for questions. So do I have a mover? Councillor Haslett, and a seconder, Councillor Windle. Yes, the LGIP.
And does have an answer for that.
Through you, Mayor Melissa. The idea is because it lists exact projects that are being potentially funded through the infrastructure work, so it helps then developers make informed decisions about what infrastructure council will be providing, so they can have a financial gain from understanding what infrastructure will be brought forward from council's perspective, and therefore they don't need to budget cost for this. On that basis, it's considered commercial.
Until that LGIP is passed, and public.
Yeah, because it will undergo public consultation.
Yes. Yeah. Any other questions or comments on that one? Okay. All in favour? Okay, we are back in open session. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to just raise a conflict of interest to 17.4. Due to the fact that I have recently received a report from the Ombudsman and a review is being conducted on a gazetted road on my property with similar themes to this particular item, I request to leave the room for this matter.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Okay, moving on to item 17.1. We have a recommendation that Council appoint the preferred candidate as Chief Executive Officer of Southern Downs Regional Council, effective from the agreed date, and delegate authority to the Mayor to finalise the terms of the employment contract. Marion, if you could change that to appoint Rachel Brophy as Chief Executive Officer. Yep, BROPHY. And take out the preferred just before her name. Thank you, Marion.
Coming now.
Oh, yes, the journo's still there.
Oh, we might just wait for a moment. Sorry, Janelle. Okay. So we have the recommendation on the appointment of Rachel Brophy as CEO. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Are we ready to go to a vote on that one?
I'm voting against it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to publicly thank all the applicants that applied for the position of Chief Executive Officer. And as we have talked about, there was a great pool of people who applied, and it's been a tough choice to come to one candidate, in my opinion. But I think that the applicant that you have moved to be appointed is the best fit for our council.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. And yes, I'd just like to comment and say that it was a very well applied for position. We had 59 applicants. We went through a robust merit-based process with a recruitment panel, including an independent member through a recruitment agency. It's been very interesting seeing the calibre of the candidates and the choice that was before us, and I'm confident that the preferred candidate that we've come through from that process is going to be an excellent CEO for our council. Okay, if we go to the,
I just wanted to echo the opinions of Councillor Richters there with the calibre of the applications that came through was fantastic, and it was quite tricky to narrow down the listing, but after the presentations I think it was quite apparent of Rachel's experience and the skill set that she will bring to this council. I think will be second to none.
Thank you very much. Councillor McDonald.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank our current acting CEO for the work that he's done over the past few months. I think he's done a tremendous job with this council and trying to move ahead in a number of different directions in areas where I feel the council has had deficiencies. So I do thank him very much for that, and having looked at Rachel's resume and her credentials, I think she will do an absolutely brilliant job. So I look forward to working with her in the future.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to speak against the motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barber.
I've had it explained to me regarding the rigorous and robust interview process was undertaken by some of our elected representatives, and I thank them for doing that. I'm sure they have done a job that's very difficult, and I thank them for undertaking that process. Given that I voted against the termination of the previous CEO, it appears to me that it was a bit of a fait accompli. It's evident that we have some people in our community that are talented that would rival Nostradamus because they predicted this would be an outcome. But only time will tell whether the decision was the right one or the wrong one.
Thank you, councillor Bartley. Okay, going to a vote, all in,
Sorry.
oh, sorry,
Oh,
councillor.
I just want to say that I just want to thank yourself and Sarah and also John for being part of the process of this rigorous and lengthy process to reach this stage. I actually now look forward to seeing us all work closely with the new CEO and rebuild our council and get some trust back into the community.
Thank you, councillor Wendell. Okay, all those in favour of the recommendation? It's all except councillors Bartley and Wantling, and those against? Councillor Bartley and councillor Wantling.
Call the division on that, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Moving on to item 17.2, we have a recommendation that council do not approve the capital assistance loan of $50,000 requested by the Southern Downs Steam Railway. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett and a seconder. Councillor Pigeon, thank you. Are we okay to go to a vote on that one? All in favour? That's everyone except Councillor Richters, and those against? Councillor Richters, thank you. You were for, Councillor Wantling? Yeah, sorry, you're just in the corner of my view. Moving on to item 17.3. We have a recommendation that council receive and note the minutes of the ICT Steering Committee meeting held on 25 November 2024. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Hassett and a seconder, Councillor Richters, thank you. All in favour?
Madam Mayor, can I just say that during our closed session, it was a request that we have some sort of report back from you in the future, during your portfolio reports. And I'd just like that noted for the public.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Councillors Dean and McDonald are going to leave us as we move on to item 17.4. The recommendation before us is that council advise the applicant it is unable to consider a request for access to a residence that does not have frontage to a council-controlled road reserve and is not within council's local government area. That an application to fence the road reserve will not be considered without first obtaining a permit to occupy from the Queensland Department of Resources, and that council advise the applicant that support in principle for the fence is not provided. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Bartley, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. I will go to a vote on that if that's...
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to point out that I don't believe that the recommendation before us passes the pub test, and I think that there is more that we could have done in relation to this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. I think that the application shows some of the difficulties that we have as a local government in our border regions. I think they are always complicated matters, but I think I will be supporting the recommendation on the basis that I do not want to go down the track, pardon the pun, of options that would fall on ratepayers, additional financial burdens.
Madam Mayor, can I make a comment, given that that's a council staff recommendation that Councillor Richters is suggesting doesn't pass the pub test?
Of course, yeah.
Council staff have spent a lot of time on this matter. They've researched it rigorously. They've given council other options within the body of the report, but ultimately this was the recommendation that we put before you, and I have no doubt that in fact it does pass the pub test.
Okay, going to a vote on that recommendation. All in favour? That's everyone except Councillor Richters, and those against? Councillor Richters. Thank you, Councillor Haslett. Thank you. Moving on to item 17.5, we have a recommendation that council endorse the draft local government infrastructure plan, accept the first compliance check report prepared by IIP Pty Ltd, and delegate to the Chief Executive Officer any actions required to continue the development of a new local government infrastructure plan, including sending the draft local government infrastructure plan for state interest review. Do I have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Richters, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Shall we go to the vote on that one? Yes, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 17.6.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I just, back on that previous item, just for the public's point of view, and I'm sure we've said it before, but just so the public knows that there will be public consultation on the LGIP, and that will occur after the state interest review, just so that is clear.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Richters. Okay, the recommendation in item 17.6 is that Council's position remain unchanged and that the following points are reconfirmed as listed there in A and B. Noting that the approved development represents 9.8% of the land area benefited by the new pump station and connecting mains, and that the development will be contributing accordingly. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richters and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Can we?
Madam Mayor, I understand that this is a difficult point, particularly for the applicant, but I think it's important that we as a council make it very clear what is and isn't required as part of the infrastructure agreement. And this resolution just is on the back of previous council decisions, re-emphasising exactly where we sit as a position on council.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Anyone else? Moving to a vote on that, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Item 17.7. Marion, yep. It should be the option 2 one. We have a recommendation that Council under section 121C of the Local Government Regulation 2012 consider rebating 50%, you can probably take out, or another percentage at this point, of the potential leak charge amount for the period August 2023 till the date of repair, and then put comma, subject to the owners engaging a licensed plumber who should be able to inspect all water infrastructure, owner's side, and provide written confirmation that all leaks have been repaired in a satisfactory manner. The repair should be completed within 90 days from the date of notice provided by Council, with failure resulting in Council installing a restrictor on the water meter to throttle back the flow rate to reduce the amount of water loss. The anticipated potential leak amount rebated at 50% till 12 December is $8,922.21. Do I have a mover for that?
Move.
Councillor Wendell, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Sorry, I just got a question. Is this meant to be subject as the start of the sentence, or how? Oh, yeah, sorry. On the second line at the end, after repair, put a comma and take out however this would be. So it's date of repair is subject to. And sorry, Councillor Pigeon, is that what you, yeah, okay. That's what you just read. Yeah, that's what I was amending as I read. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder for that motion. Should we go to the vote on that? All in favour? That's everyone except Councillor Bartley, and those against? Councillor Bartley, that is passed. Moving on to item 17.8, show societies and committee funding. We have a recommendation that Council share the $30,000 budget allocation equally across 4 recognised local show societies as follows, $7,500 to each of our 4 shows, with the funding to be used and acquitted by the societies for the 2025 agricultural shows held across the Southern Downs. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richters, and a seconder, Councillor McDonald.
Madam Mayor, could I thank all 4 of the shows for how quickly they responded to our request to provide information in regards to this funding. I'm looking forward to the 2025 agricultural shows. Let's hope that they're bigger and better than last year's. But I'd just like to re-emphasise, certainly from my point of view, agricultural shows are such a critical component to our social fabric in our communities. I look forward to their continued success.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rectors. Anyone else? Okay, all in favour? That's everyone except Councillor Bartley, and those against? Councillor Bartley, thank you. Moving on to general business.
Sorry, Mayor Melissa, just in response to Councillor Watling's question earlier.
Yep.
The budget for Australia Day is around $11,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, given that this will be the last ordinary meeting that the CEO will be attending, I'd like to move a vote of thanks for the acting CEO's time here at Southern Downs Regional Council. He has been a breath of fresh air and has been exactly what we needed at a particular point in time of our council. I wish him all the very best for his future endeavours.
Thanks, John.
And I'd like to echo that too. Personally, from my point, it's been absolutely amazing having you in that role, Steve, and I sincerely thank you very much for all that you've done. You've always been open to meeting with any of us or answer questions and readily available, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Do you want that to be
Yes,
a
please,
proper
Madam.
motion? So that's a mover and a seconder and a motion of thanks. Shall we just go to a vote on that? All in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. I would like to actually add, while it's not general business, but before we close the meeting, as well as thanking Steve for guiding us through a relatively turbulent time with some great wisdom and and knowledge. I would also like to extend a thank you to all of our staff at Southern Downs Regional Council. Election years are always difficult years for staff. This one has not been without its challenges, and I would like to thank all of them for their commitment and dedication to their roles and for working with us as a new council. And wish everyone, the staff and public, a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Looking forward to a bright 2025 for our council. Yes, Councillor Bartley.
Just one more item, Madam Mayor. It's just a question that's been posed to me by the media regularly, and I don't make comment to the media, everyone knows that. So I'll ask the question at the table for the media. I did ask the question, when would information sessions be open to the media? And the comment was made, we'll formulate a policy and it'll be brought forward in December. We're a little bit late with that policy. Can we have an expected time when we might complete that?
It's in the January meeting, Councillor Bartley, but you will notice that ahead of that policy, we have already had an open councillor information session with John Scriven. So we did have, we had an engagement session, which is kind of similar with the Department of Natural Resources, but John was actually the first one embedded within a councillor information session. So that part of the session was open in December. And I think the great news about that, Councillor Bartley, is that that's well ahead of where previous councils have been in terms of having an open session in their first year of their term. 2021 was the first one for the previous council that was elected in 2020.
I think there was COVID implications, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Melissa, I'd just like to take this opportunity as well to sincerely thank all of the staff. I know that they're not all here right now, but hopefully they might be watching perhaps, and they can hear the message that I'm very grateful for all the efforts that they have made this last year. It's been a difficult time. There's been a lot of extra demands put on a lot of the staff to meet our expectations, I guess you could say, and they have fulfilled. So I really do sincerely thank each and every one of you for all your efforts, and I look forward to the continuation of your good work after the new year. I hope you have a great break and that you do get a break. We don't want a disaster. We don't need a disaster to bring us all back into the rooms again, but sincerely thank you, and also to my fellow councillors. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and look forward to regrouping again in the new year.
Thank you, Sharon.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone, and we'll close the meeting at 1:18 p.m.